Good afternoon. Welcome to today's City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer, Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Fleming, Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming and Councilmember Sawyer.
Great, thank you. We'll start our day in closed session with item 2.1. Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on that item?
Thank you, will do. If you are joining via Zoom and wish to make a public comment, please raise your hand now for item 2, closed session. If you're participating via telephone, please dial *9. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands raised in Zoom and no one approaching the podium for public comment in person.
Great, we'll go ahead and recess into closed session then.
Good afternoon, Pablo. Good afternoon, Charles. Thanks for joining us today to provide interpretation services. Charles, if you're all right with it, I'm going to go ahead and move you into the Spanish channel now. And Pablo, I will leave you in to do the normal instructional paragraph at the top of the meeting or right before the meeting is called to order.
Excellent.
Thank you both. Charles, can you please do a brief mic check from the Spanish channel? Charles, can you please confirm that your mic is working? I'm not hearing you through the Spanish channel.
Sorry, I double muted today. This is Charles on the Spanish channel. Should be good now. Are we good now? Checking. 1, 2, 3.
Yes, you're perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'd like the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence translation of the meeting in Spanish. For those just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available for the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish. To join the Spanish channel, click on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation. Pablo, can you please restate that in Spanish?
Para los que recién se unen a la reunión, interpretación en vivo al español está disponible y los miembros o personal que desee escuchar en español puede unirse al canal. Para unirse, haga clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom, que ahora parece un globo terráqueo. Una vez se una al canal de español, se recomienda que apague el audio primario para que solo escuche la interpretación al español.
Go ahead, bring us back. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Great. City Manager Smith, if you could please introduce item 3.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Rogers and members of council. Item 3.1 is a downtown city asset surplus strategy. It is recommended by the Planning and Economic Development Department, Transportation and Public Works and Real Estate Services that council hold a study session to receive information, ask questions, discuss, provide feedback, and give direction to staff regarding the downtown city asset surplus strategy. This presentation will be given by Jill Scott, Real Estate Manager. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I am here today with Rosa de la Rosa of Economic Development and Andrew Triple of the Planning Department to discuss downtown asset surplus strategy. Next slide, please. So creating a downtown asset surplus strategy is something we've been working towards with staff and council for some time now. The city has contemplated many different alternatives to invest and promote an investment in the downtown, as well as options to manage the organization's very significant deferred maintenance of city buildings and of parking structures. So through the Housing Action Plan, the Downtown Station Area Specific Plan, and infill developer attraction, the city has really prioritized, promoted, and tried to incentivize affordable housing and mixed-use projects in the downtown. And although we know these have been really successful, we do know that more housing is needed throughout our city and specifically in the downtown. So tonight, staff is just really seeking council's direction and feedback on an asset strategy for the downtown. And this would be putting those city assets to work to create more housing for the community. And just to be really clear, we are looking at parking assets as part of the strategy. Staff is looking at parking assets with replacement of public parking. So we are looking for replacement of public parking on those assets with the addition of housing. And then I'm going to turn the next slide over to Rosa.
Okay, so good afternoon, Mayor and council members. So to start us off, we thought it would be helpful to walk back a few years to remember why and how we came to emphasize downtown infill housing development. So if you recall, because housing and in particular affordable housing was and really remains both a local and statewide crisis, in 2015, council elevated housing as a tier 1 goal. And as a result of that, staff began working on the Housing Action Plan, the mission for which was to facilitate the construction of housing for all, specifically meeting the housing needs for this full spectrum of household income groups, including those currently living within the city and those relocating to the city in the future. So the Housing Action Plan was approved by council in 2016, and it includes the 5 program areas you see on the slide, which are to increase inclusionary affordable housing, to achieve affordability by design in market rate projects, to assemble and offer public land for housing development, improve development readiness, and increase affordable housing investments in partnerships. So of these program areas, relevant to today is program 3, or the assembling and offering of public land for housing development. And specifically under that goal is the tactic of identifying city and other public parcels suitable for housing and to establish a process for development. So while I don't have the most recent data on hand, at the time the report was created, nearly 50% of Santa Rosa residents were renters, with 9% of families below poverty level. And in addition, in the report, it was recognized that we had, I think at the time, about a 1% vacancy rate for residential rental units, in 2016. So obviously we had a severe supply of vacant units. And it was this kind of data that really spurred the aggressive and creative responses that make up the Housing Action Plan, and that kept housing as a council priority since 2015. Next slide. So as the plan was approved in 2016, it was unknown at the time how prescient it would be to laying the groundwork to expedite the rebuild of homes we lost in the 2017 Tubbs fire, but also to ensure we maintain our momentum to pursue housing for all throughout the city with that extra emphasis of the downtown area. After the fire, we did a lot of interviews with our major employers, and there was an increase or sort of, I don't want to say it was increased interest. There was, at that time, we understood the level of interest our major employers had in seeing additional downtown housing, both market rate and affordable housing, and how important that was to the recruitment of the workforce that they were worried about, especially after the fire losing. So It was, through the process of the rebuild and that we were able to sort of expedite and make sure that we maintained the efforts to pursue housing throughout the city. But it was in as a result of the conversations and specific to the plan highlight that we gave extra emphasis to the downtown area. And through these efforts, we had really the great fortune to partner with the Council of Infill Builders to host a developer convening in 2018. And the result of that convening was twofold. First, we got the accelerated infill development report that you see on the slide here on the left, in which key barriers were identified and solutions recommended to encourage and expedite infill development. But we were also introduced to new developers from outside of the area who brought new ideas and a lot of resources to the table. Also in 2019, we worked with the Bay Area Council to host a developer tour of the downtown and Roseland areas that also spurred additional interest from a number of out-of-area developers who participated. I think on that tour we had, it was sold out. We had at least 50 developers. And again, they were mostly from the Bay Area, but we also had developers coming from out of state, just a few of them from out of state. And basically, this is all to say that despite the pandemic, we still have momentum to our housing plan. We are still starting to see, or I should say not still, but we are starting to see the fruits of our labor in the projects that were entitled or are currently under development right now in our downtown. Even this year, we still have interest in our downtown city-owned parcels. Before I hand it off to Andrew Triple, who's going to talk through the next slides on policy and some of the other elements that in part came out of the Housing Action Plan, I just want to remind you on the whole, as a plug for housing, that housing plays a vital role in creating the kind of balanced community that allows for fiscal, economic, and environmental sustainability over the long term. And our need for housing is multifold, obviously, but it does carry, specifically in the downtown, housing sort of brings along weaker performing uses, which, given the tumultuous year we've had, is an important element to our economy. So next slide, and these will be presented by Andrew Triple.
Great, thank you, Rosa, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Council. To orient ourselves around today's downtown land use and development strategies, it is helpful to review the most recent policy decisions that are shaping downtown. The Downtown Station Area Specific Plan update was adopted by Council in fall 2020. Codification of the plan was accomplished with amendments to the zoning code and design guidelines that were also adopted in fall 2020. The adopted plan reflects 6 key planning goals. The top 3 were more residents and jobs near transit, more housing at all levels of affordability, and increased diversity in land uses. Next slide, please. And then the remaining 3 goals were enhanced historic character, improved connections, and new art and cultural facilities. The key land use policies that have been codified as a result of the downtown plan adoption include establishing new core, station, maker, and neighborhood mixed use general plan land use designations, as well as the zoning districts to implement them. Regulating height and density through floor to area ratio, or FAR. Focusing ground floor activation on key streets and pursuing it largely through design approaches. Eliminating the minimum parking requirement and excluding parking from FAR calculations. And then finally, using surplus parking supply to incentivize development. Next slide, please. The new downtown plan is the most recent in a series of policy initiatives to support housing development. Other initiatives include permit streamlining and reduced discretionary entitlement requirements delivered through the Resilient City Development Measures established in 2018 following the Tubbs fire. fee incentives made available through the Downtown High-Density Multifamily Residential Incentive Program that was also established in 2018, the Federal Opportunity Zones that were established in 2019, and the Renewal Enterprise District, or RED, which is a regional housing action program in which the city is a partner that was established in 2020. We're happy to go into greater detail on any of these policy initiatives, but for the sake of time, let's turn to what we now know about today's housing production in the downtown area. Next slide, please. So the data reflected on this slide show housing development activity from 2016 through 2021. At the end of 2021, 1,371 dwelling units or living spaces, because ADUs and junior ADUs are not classified as dwelling units, were either constructed, under construction, or had received planning approvals. The projects reflect a mix of market rate and affordable housing types, with 350 units, or about 25%, approved as affordable housing projects. Today's inclusionary housing ordinance, which Rosa referenced in her presentation, requires that the downtown projects either pay a housing impact fee or provide at least 4% of for-rent units for low-income households, or 5% of for-sale units for moderate-income households. Next slide, please. For 2023 through 2031, the reason RHNA housing allocation is not additive. In other words, the city's new RHNA housing allocation through 2021 is 4,685 units. The housing element update, which is ongoing right now as part of the general plan update, will identify sites citywide that can accommodate the RHNA requirement for housing development. In the downtown area, it is projected as part of the downtown planning process that 7,000 new housing units could be developed as a result of new policies, primarily the move using FAR, implemented through adoption of the downtown plan. As part of the housing element update, we are reviewing the effectiveness of programs identified in the current housing element to determine if they should be carried forward in the update. A focus of that review is housing for special needs groups, including income-restricted households. One program included in the current housing element directs the city to acquire sites for potential affordable housing projects, with subsequent disposition to affordable housing providers. Next slide, please. And then I think we're going back to Jill to follow up with the next series of slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. So we're talking this afternoon about putting city assets to work for the community, essentially. And we're looking at this through the goal of Program 3 that Rosa spoke to earlier of the Housing Action Plan. And that's to assemble and offer public land for housing development. So the actions under the surplus strategy are directly related to that. And really there would be two goals that are actions we would meet. The first being what we're talking about today is identifying downtown land assets that are really underutilized properties that could be made available for housing or mixed-use development projects while still including that public use, such as public parking. And then the second portion of the strategy is to consider the public-private partnership options to address deferred maintenance of property assets. So back in 2019, staff and JLL Consulting looked at, really studied the downtown area and the options for this, and looked at increasing availability of downtown lands for housing by really consolidating government services and making them denser, streamlining the access for the community to services, and while trying to solve that growing deferred maintenance issue. And also, a big benefit would be freeing up some buildable land in the downtown area. So although staff has not had a chance yet to bring forward in a study session the public-private partnership, we call it P3 partnership options, we do plan on doing that in the near future. But we are bringing it up today because it does relate to some of the parcels that we'll be talking about in the next slides. So both of these actions that we're talking about, the two actions, looking at underutilized land and the potential for a P3, really alleviate the city of millions of dollars of deferred maintenance concerns associated with City Hall complex, the parking assets. They advance the HAP goals for much needed housing in the community and streamline government services. Next slide, please. So some of you may have seen this presentation that we have as part of the downtown stationary specific plan. And this really lays out the downtown and the city-owned lots and some of the state and federal buildings as well. Some of those starred lots are really the catalytic sites that we're looking at for development and that planning has highlighted in the downtown stationary specific plan. And why we're showing you this today is because we wanted to point out to you in red lots 10 and 11, which we'll be talking about today, as well as garage 5, which is in just a little bit below that. Thank you. And then the 2 sites that have stars on them, and one is in red. So Central Library, the White House site, and the City Hall site. So we won't be discussing today these 3 sites, Central Library, White House, or City Hall site, because that is really part of the second part of the strategy, which is the potential public-private partnership. So today we'll be talking mostly about 11, 10, and garage 5. Next slide, please. So considerations, we really reviewed the staff that you're looking at here today, along with consultants and other staff, really reviewed and considered all the downtown assets for marketability, viability, underutilization, and what is the potential for redevelopment. And so after looking at the P3 strategy, the ones that came to the top of the list at the time were the 3rd Street Garage, which is located on the corner of 3rd and D, and we call it Parking Garage 5, as well as 2 surface parking lots, which are located on 5th Street, and that'd be Parking Lot 10 and Parking Lot 11. And then again, we're not talking about the White House site or the City Hall site at this time, because that is included in the public-private partnership strategy, which is the second part of the strategy. And so in looking at these and talking about this internally, due to many things, market conditions, lot size, specific needs of the surrounding area, staff really believes that Garage 5, which is the 3rd Street Garage, is currently likely the best opportunity to launch a market test for redevelopment of city assets in the downtown area. Next slide, please. There's further considerations that we need to bring forward and for council's consideration today, and that is the parking asset deferred maintenance. So the 3rd Street Garage has about a little over $3 million in deferred maintenance, and parking lots 10 and 11 about $1.5 million each. We've been deferring this maintenance because we've been going through this plan process and looking at all of the potential for these lots. And so we're awaiting council's decision tonight on whether we will move forward with the lot maintenance or if we won't. Next slide, please. So if council directed staff this afternoon to move forward with a strategy, we've put together what could be a potential strategy launch timeline. It could look something like this. Garage 5 on 3rd Street would be considered for the first asset to market test for development. And then we could move forward for consideration in the upcoming years of Garage 11, or we could do, Lot 11, or we could do Lot 11 at the same time as Garage 5. We would recommend that Lot 10 be removed from development consideration at this time, and that we probably should move forward with the reconstruction projects on that lot. And then at the same time, and in the near future, staff would return to council with a study session on the potential for the public-private partnership options. Next slide, please. So in 2019, the state of California updated its Surplus Lands Act. And this update really changed things for city governments, cities, counties, and agencies. And it made things a little more difficult, I will say, or challenging for development in downtown areas, especially infill development on government property. And so what the new SLA, we call it, says is that government-owned property must be declared surplus by its governing body prior to disposition or request for or proposal RFPs for development, even with continued use such as public parking. So we looked at this and we said, wow, this doesn't really make sense. Our parking lots are not surplus. We still need parking. We still have a community government use, but we have to declare these surplus. So we worked with HCD, the State Department of Housing and Community Services, and their attorneys, and we've been working with them for almost a year now to try and streamline this process and work within the law to make development of housing, which is the goal of the Surplus Lands Act, and our current situation work together in harmony. Unfortunately, we have not found a way to streamline this process yet. And so we do think that we would have to move forward with bringing these to council to recommend that they be declared surplus. But until the time that we do that, up until that time, we will still be working with our outside attorneys to try and find a way to declare these exempt surplus, if at all possible. And then the second part of that is we need to then make these available to housing sponsors for affordable housing through a notice of availability to the State Department of Housing and Community Services prior to us putting this out to any private development through an RFP process. So we would take these, put them on the list from affordable housing. We would negotiate with any affordable housing folks, developers, and see if we could come together with replacement parking and the construction of affordable housing on any of these lots that we're discussing, and then see if we can come to a development agreement with them. If we can't, then at that point, we would look to an RFP to outside developers. Now, during this process, doing the notice of availability, that is the time when we would really look to our downtown organizations and community outreach on their input on working with specific developers that we get from the notice of availability. And then also if we go forward with an RFP, in putting together that RFP and in looking at what we get back from that RFP and responses, we would definitely be looking for that downtown input and that business input. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have now the Surplus Lands Act, which is quite more stringent than it was before, as well as we have a city council surplus policy. Now, in the future, we do plan to come back to council to update our city surplus policy. But for now, we have these two policies that do overlap in a lot of areas, but also have their own sets of requirements. The Surplus Lands Act is more stringent than our surplus policy. And so today we're looking for a little guidance from council on if we'd like to move forward with our city surplus policy as well as the Surplus Lands Act, or if we'd like to bypass portions of the city surplus policy to streamline and sort of quicken the process. And so a little bit about our city surplus policy, which is outside the Surplus Lands Act, is prior to council review, if we have to declare these parcels or parcel surplus, prior to council doing that, we would need to take them to the Housing Authority for review, recommendation, and action for recommendation to council. Then we would have to go to Planning Commission to have them review for recommendation and action to council, and then proceed to council from there, and then through the whole Surplus Lands Act. So today we'll just be looking for direction from council on if they would like us to follow that entire process or just the SLA process. Next slide, please. So next steps, and although these are ordered 1 through 4, likely they're all going to be happening around the same time. So the next step likely is probably number 4, in which we'll go to closed session with council and talk about price and terms for these lots. Or lot, whatever council's direction is tonight. If we do follow the city surplus policy as well as the SLA, We'll be looking to going to the Housing Authority for their review next. Then after that, the Planning Commission. Then we will bring it back to council for a surplus resolution action. And then in that action for that resolution, what would be included is the reservation of appropriate right-of-way, replacement of all public parking with the addition of housing or potentially mixed-use projects. And then, of course, those developments would have to meet all the guidelines in the general plan, the zoning code, the bike and pedestrian master plan, and the downtown station area specific plan. Next slide, please. At that point, once it's declared surplus, we would submit a notice of availability to HCD, making the property available to approved affordable housing sponsors. If we had any of those affordable housing sponsors interested in replacement parking and with the addition of affordable housing, we would negotiate with those interested housing sponsors. That's the time where we would look to our downtown associations and our businesses in the downtown for their input on these. And then we would look to a development agreement of some sort with the housing sponsor for development. Now, if we are not successful in negotiations there, or we do not have any interest from affordable housing sponsors with the replacement of public parking, then we would move to an RFP process. And in the development of that RFP process, again, is where we will be really looking for community input for our downtown organizations and our businesses in the downtown. So that is the end of our presentation. We're definitely available and willing to answer all of council's questions. But before I turn it back over to the mayor, I did want to just put into context the direction that staff is hoping to get from council tonight. And that would be, number one, does council want to move forward with a downtown strategy with any of these lots or garages? If council doesn't want to move forward, which lots or garages would we be moving forward with? And then number three, do we want to follow the city surplus plan policy as well as the SLA process, or do we want to streamline with just the SLA process? And that is the rest of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jill and Raisa and Andrew and everybody else who's been working on this one. I think for the purposes of the discussion, it might be helpful if we put back up the map of the different assets that we're talking about. That might make it helpful for council members. Let's go ahead and start with questions from council. Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scott and Ms. De La Rosa, for your continued, this is not the first time that we've been working on this, and I just want to, and Mr. Triple, for your continued dedication to our goals and revitalizing downtown as well as getting housing. I do have a couple of questions. One is pretty simple. Can you just reiterate for the council what the city process versus the Surplus Land Act? You did say it, but I just want to make sure we're all super clear on what the difference is and what that would mean in terms of timing and staff resources.
Sure, I would be happy to. So the city's surplus policy would just add a few steps to the beginning of the process. So city staff would be presenting these, would be setting up a meeting and the materials and presenting these to the Housing Authority for their review and recommendation. That would be about a probably 6-week process. Once they reviewed and hopefully recommended to council to declare these as surplus, then we would move to another 6-week process where we would be taking these to the Planning Commission for their review and their recommendation to council. Then once that is done, then we'd have another 6-week process where we would bring these to council for consideration. So those are not steps that are essential to the SLA process. The rest of the steps are overlapping with our policy and even more restrictive than our policy. These are steps that the city has had in our surplus policy. So, and although they've been very important in the past on many different lots that we're looking at, it may not be with these. And so we're looking for council's direction on if they think that is appropriate or if we should bypass that and go directly to council.
And in your opinion, is there any risk of bypassing it? Because what I can see is that it would streamline the process, but I'm trying to figure out what we trade if we do decide to go that way. Is there anything that pops up for you as a concern?
I'm not seeing any major concerns right now because we've worked with housing and we worked with planning on this. Staff has been instrumental in all of this. And so I think planning staff or housing staff would have been able to bring forward any major concerns. But we are bypassing 2 public meetings, so that may be a concern to council.
Okay, thank you for that information. And then I have a curiosity about slide 14 with the strategy. And I was just wondering if you could add any more information or context to the reason, the recommendation for the strategy of garage, specifically garage 11, and then removing lot 11 and for development, and then removing lot 10. Lot 11 and lot 10 seem similar to me in both practice and on the map, and trying to understand how you came to that decision might give us a little bit more insight in making this decision.
Sure, I'll start on this one, and Raisa, please feel free to pop in at any time on this. So with lot 10 and the businesses that are in front of lot 10, the size of lot 10 is very narrow. The businesses are there, have specific needs for large size equipment to come in. And so at this point, we looked at it. It's also one of the lots that's in the worst shape, reconstruction wise. And so we really looked at that, looked at the needs of the businesses there and the size of the lot, and determined that this may be the one that we push off into the future. And then garage 5, I'll go with next, which is on 3rd and D Street. Staff really feels that this is a great sort of center location that would be wonderful for replacement of public parking with the addition of housing. It's probably one of our best locations, and a garage that is very old and in need of a lot of maintenance and would be prime for redevelopment. Lot 11, those businesses in front of lot 11 don't have the same specific needs as the ones of 10. And we think with replacement parking and housing, it could work there. It's really council's choice if they want to move forward. We did currently sell lot 2, surface lot 2, and they will be developing that in the future with the replacement of public parking. How fast or how slow we move forward with the next lots is really council's decision. I just do want to remind council that within these agreements, we do need public parking and we do need to retain public parking. So within all of these agreements, if the developments don't happen for some reason, or the market changes for the worse, hopefully it'll be better, but if it changes for the worse, that the city will buy back these assets as part of the agreement, because we cannot lose parking assets. So I would just caution that we should probably think about that while we're deciding how many lots we move forward with.
Right. And if we do something like sell lot 11 for development, would the funds that are made from that go into the parking district for our capital improvements?
Yes, they would go back to the Parking Enterprise Fund, which is specifically for capital improvements.
Excellent. Thank you for answering my questions.
Sure.
If I could just add just one thing, we did do a massing study on lots 10 and 11, and they are feasible. There's, in addition to the reasons for lot 10 that Jill said, we had less interest even as early as 2019 when we did the developer tours. We had less interest in lot 10. So in combination to the use needs of that lot, that's one thing. And lot 11 is feasible. We did do a massing study there, and there is interest, and has it's always been one of the lots that has carried more interest with its position.
Okay, that's really helpful to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. See if there's any questions to my right. So Jill, just to clarify, so the recommendation from staff, in particular to Lot 10, is not to move forward with that at this point, and actually to invest and repave, I assume, since it's a flat lot and since it does need a lot of work. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. For Garage 5, what I've heard the most from downtown businesses is a little bit of, I'll call it PTSD, around the construction of the square. And most of the business owners that I've talked to have been fully in favor of the vision of what downtown will be 15, 20 years from now with these sorts of projects moving forward, but really weary of the impact that it's had on their business, or that it will have on their business after a pandemic, after having been shut down longer for the square. How are we going to incorporate the voices of the downtown business owners to make sure that if this does come to fruition, that it's not just a shared vision of the development itself, but also a mitigation of the impacts while we get that up and built?
That's a great question. So if we do go forward with an RFP, we would definitely like to work with the downtown organizations and the businesses to create and craft this RFP for this development, so that it's a development that not only works for the city, it works for the community, and it works for the developer. I mean, what is the point of doing it if it doesn't work for everyone? Also, you know, looking at the downtown and the PTSD you talked about, which I completely understand, there are growing pains with this. And so we realize that parking is one of those. And our parking department will make every effort to find different locations for those folks to park, to make parking available for the public, and to limit their concerns, and really to make those downtown businesses a part of this conversation, and figuring out how we make all this work.
And then, Mayor, if I may, I would add that one of the fundamental differences in the reunification of Courthouse Square is that it rebifurcated the north-south corridor, and the impacts of learning a new way for our community to move around the downtown, the impacts won't be as great when you're looking at some of these lots and garages. There is an issue with, 3rd Street is our major east-west corridor through the downtown, but it's, I think, slightly less of a lift to reimagine your transit compared to what we did with the square. And then the second thing that I would say is, to Jill's point, there are growing pains in our downtown. And though it was difficult when the square was developed, it did spur, in the end, when it was completed, new economic opportunities. And so we did see some movement and some expressed interest, again, from developers, in that when the city invested in the downtown, we did then get the hotel and some new movement in long-held parcels that we had not previously expected, and a renewed interest in development facing the square. So it is a bit of a seesaw, I guess, with that.
No, I appreciate that. So I've heard clearly from staff, and I think that, don't want to speak for colleagues, they can speak for themselves. I'd be supportive of the DAO and the downtown businesses being a part of that conversation in the crafting of the RFP, and then also discussion on the proposals that come back from it. There also is the first part of the Surplus Lands Act, where you have affordable housing projects that are being proposed. And I'd like to see, as those come in, some form of voice for downtown businesses to be at the table there as well, just in the event that we don't even get to the RFP process because a fantastic group of projects come in. Have we been in any discussion, or is there a path or an avenue to be in discussion with the county in particular on this asset, given that they are in the process of moving downtown and knocking on some wood here? and will be huge stakeholders in the future of the downtown as well.
We've had some preliminary conversations with the county about this, but nothing directly yet. As we're working with them on their parking needs in the downtown, we'll definitely have future discussions.
Great. And then my last question is just from a staff capacity perspective. Do we have the capacity from staff to manage 2 of these potential sites moving forward, Garage 5 and Lot, I think it's 11, the one that's the most westward? Do we have the staff capacity to do both at the same time, or would it be better fruits for our labor to focus on one asset, such as Garage 5, and let staff really focus their attention on that?
From the real estate services perspective, it would be easier for us to focus on Garage 5 first and to move forward with that. But we could bring on consultants if council would prefer to work on both at the same time.
Andrew, Raisa?
Well, it's a heavy lift, but everything is possible, as we've seen repeatedly in the past 5 years. And I would support Jill in that we can start with Garage 5 and then bring things on following that.
Yeah. I don't know if the city manager had anything that she wanted to add.
Mayor Rogers, one of the things that I believe we should focus on is just intentional engagement. So I think it would be best if we brought one project at a time and then, thought about the next project. I think it is important. The community engagement piece is going to be a heavy lift. And considering we're coming out and we want to go into economic recovery, I think we should have an intentional focus on how we stage these projects. So I would prefer that we do one project at a time.
Okay. Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jill. What I want to hear is a reiteration of the path that does not endanger our ability to maintain the parking. So I know each time there were several options, and the word surplus parking to me are 2 words that I wouldn't necessarily put together at this time. I know in the future we will probably have surplus parking, but I don't see that truly surplus parking. I don't see that on the horizon anytime soon. So I think there is I want to take the path, can you tell me the path that would most endanger or the ability to, what path would compromise conceivably our ability to replace the parking that would be disturbed by the project? That's the one I want to avoid. Which one would be the most damaging to our parking numbers potentially as far as development?
Which location or which process?
Which process? That's the process that I'm interested in not following. In other words, if we were to put it out to declare it surplus, Garage 5, for instance, and then have a developer come in and they were able to give us a project that did not include the maintaining our parking, is that a possibility if they were able to make that pencil? Because I can't believe they're, given the cost of per space of parking these days, I can't imagine anyone coming in and just putting in an affordable housing project and still be able to replace the parking numbers.
There's several parts to that question that I'd like to share with you. First of all, I agree with you. I think it would be very difficult for a 100% affordable developer to be able to replace parking as well. But that is how the city would put out the council's direction. That's the staff's intent anyways. That is how we would put it out, is that we do require replacement of public parking. There's two different ways to look at when you're talking about surplus, and I'm sure you probably understand this. I just want to make sure that everyone listening does. We did do a parking surplus study in 2019 pre-COVID. We do have a little over 1,000 spaces of surplus parking in the downtown, and that was pre-COVID when it was busier. So even though we do have some surplus in the downtown, our intention is not to take away from that surplus with any of these projects. So once we put the project out, we declare it surplus. And I, again, completely understand that that does not make sense. It doesn't make sense to most of us, but it is part of the process. Once we declare it surplus, we put it out to those HCD developers. It will be for replacement parking. If they can't do it, and then we go to an RFP process, that RFP process has to be the same as the process that we put out through the Surplus Lands Act to the affordable housing developers. So if council wanted to consider less than the full amount of replacement parking, that would have to be considered in the first part and in the second part. So with the affordable housing developers and in the RFP process. So it is an expensive endeavor, especially since we've seen replacement parking numbers as high as 50,000 per space. It's a really high number right now. It doesn't mean that a market rate development and a affordable development together could not do the majority of the replacement parking. But we don't know until we put it out and we see what we get back. We look at the performas and we make sure that there's that there's looking, working with the downtown, working with our city staff, working with the council. Is this a project that benefits the city, benefits the downtown and the developer? Does this work for the community? That's why we're putting this forward as sort of a strategy for a market test. This process, I think I'm answering your question, Councilmember Sawyer. We have no intention of endangering the parking with this process. And it could potentially make it so that it's not a doable process in a pro forma for a developer, but we just don't know until we put it out and test the market.
Thank you. And I think what I was concerned with was the possibility that we would not be able to request or demand, condition the project on replacement parking. And I was thinking that if we were to go down the affordable housing, if we were to surplus it and then put it out to affordable housing projects, that indeed they could bypass the condition of replacement parking. But that is not the case. We can condition it in any one of the paths that we take. We can condition it to supply us with at least comparable numbers in parking, regardless of which path we take.
That is correct. And even in the resolution, when we declare the property surplus, we will say that it is with some replacement of public parking.
Okay, so after we hear from the public, I'm going to be interested in hearing a strong recommendation coming from the economic development and you, Jill, on the direction to take, which gives us what we're looking for, at least in the near future, and potentially into the far future for our downtown. I'm not looking at this point into reducing or endangering our parking numbers because they are so right now very vital to the health of our downtown. At the same time that the new development is also vital to the economic health of our downtown and is definitely in our future.
Thank you, Councilmember. Madam City Attorney, last question I had for you was related to a correspondence that all council members received alleging that this would be inappropriate to move forward with this, with the CEQA designation, that this action tonight in and of itself doesn't require a CEQA analysis. Can you address that a little bit for the council?
Certainly. This is a study session. There will be no action, no formal action taken. Yes, the council will discuss the different options. We'll give some direction to staff. But because there is no formal action taken, and this is such a preliminary step, there is no requirement for any CEQA review at this stage. Certainly, as we move into the next stages, there will be appropriate CEQA review undertaken at that time. But at this time, this particular study session is exempt from CEQA requirements.
Okay. Councilor, are there any other questions before I go to public comment? All right, seeing none, if you're interested in providing comment on today's study session, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom. We also have the podiums open for folks if they'd like to join us to make comment here in the chamber. I'll start with Natalie, followed by Callum.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Natalie Balfour, representing Airport Business Center. So I was going to make only one point, but listening to the conversation, I'm going to throw something else in there. So I think it would be good to ask staff. I would love staff to explain when they say replace public parking, what that means. Because let's say Garage 5 has, I think it has 194 spaces. You tear down the garage, you put 194 spaces back in addition to residential above. So the increased demand reduces supply, and this is the explanation I've continued to been given over many meetings with staff. So just wanted, if you could staff could clarify that would be great. So regarding surplus and how Garage 5 can be deemed surplus, I read the SLA and I'm not sure, and maybe you guys have lawyers that know better than me, but it doesn't make sense how that parcel in and of itself can be considered underutilized just because the city doesn't have, has underutilized areas, because it's actually 77% utilized in your downtown specific plan. Under mobility, it has a table if you guys want to look at it at some point, and Garage 5 is 77%, which is most, and it's actually 11% higher than the second highest. So staff also brought up maintenance, and I understand that, but I don't see how that relates to surplus. I get maintenance, I get the need for housing, I get all of that, but this is surplus through the SLA. So if that could be explained, that would be great as well. And so really my request today, one more thing is when there is a discussion about disruption of businesses and property owners, there is a short term, but there is also a long term. And I've never seen a report or a study provided showing, yes, here is the potential negative impacts to the business community. It is always, yes, here's the positive impacts of housing, and here maybe can the businesses deal with it. So if we could have some sort of, this happened in the specific plan too, I went through that entire process, and it's never from the eyes of the business owners. So whether or not it affects them, it affects us. Our building would die and we'd leave 50 OCS, but it affects everyone else, not sure, but it would be great to be able to have a report that focused on that, and as well as the data and evidence staff use to classify Garage 5 underutilized and thus surplus and able to be looked at in this action. Thanks.
Thank you. And we don't get into a back and forth during the public comment, but I did take down your questions, and we'll ask staff to follow up on that after we finish our public comment. Let's go to Callum, followed by other Natalie.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'd first like actually to take the opportunity to welcome the City Manager to Santa Rosa. We're extremely happy to have you on board and very excited to work with you. To the matter at hand, I would just like to register our support as Generation Housing, and me being the policy director, I would like to register the support for a downtown strategy or market test for Garage 5. While, the previous speaker, she did note, some concerns that we certainly should have addressed. And I am also very interested in hearing staff's comments. The fact of the matter is, and I know every single council member, every single person in that room on this call understands that affordable housing is of utmost priority at this time. And I'm also really excited that we have a variety of projects that are going to be developed over the course of the next several years in the Railroad Square area. And so certainly having some sort of availability in terms of parking space is useful, but we are always of the mind as, housing advocacy organization, and as someone, as a group that promotes walkable communities, that less parking to the extent possible is always better, so that we can drive people towards more transit-oriented options, public services, et cetera. I do understand that replacing parking could potentially be cost prohibitive, which might possibly result in a need for market rate developments. With our inclusionary ordinance, I'm confident that we can still hopefully get a number of affordable units during the process of negotiating. So those are my comments. I appreciate your time, and I look forward to hearing what you guys have to say about this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, James. We'll move on to Natalie.
Hi, thank you. This is Natalie Chalerzo from Russian River Brewing Company. We're located at 725 4th Street. Thank you, Mayor Rogers and fellow council members for taking public comment during the study session. Also, thank you, Jill, for your informative presentation, and thank you to Raisa as well. We met a few months ago in regards to some of our concerns with Lot 10 in particular. I understand that there is no action today, and I do appreciate your taking some input by the public as well. So I would just support what Jill had presented in her presentation to remove Lot 10 from consideration. So I think many of you are aware of our location in downtown Santa Rosa. Thankfully, we're coming up on our 18-year anniversary this year. We're also, hopefully, fingers crossed, in the process of extending our lease for another 10 years. I know that my landlord is also on this call, because we do have a concern that if we do enter into another 10 years on our lease and the city decides to move forward with developing Lot 10, we would have to shut down. Not necessarily because of the restaurant operations, but because of the beer manufacturing operations. Jill had alluded to some of our business operations with the large equipment, such as weekly bulk gas deliveries. We also do daily transfers of pallets of beer from our Windsor Brewery and need to utilize a forklift to access that parking lot. We have spent grains picked up on a weekly basis, and we also utilize the forklift. And then Vinny and I need to replace our brew house in the next few years, and we would need to access the tanks inside of the brewery using large cranes, and that can only be done from the back. So anyway, I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents today, and I just really appreciate everybody's time, and I totally support more housing in downtown Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Natalie. Appreciate the comments. We'll go to Madonna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for taking my question and our comment. Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Alvarez, you guys are doing an amazing job. I just want to give you a shout out, Jill. Thank you for your presentation. My name is Madonna. I'm a project director here at Disability Services and Legal Center at 521 Mendocino Avenue. And I'm calling just to be in support of the affordable housing. And if the projects, in the past, I know some city has come to us in regards to the disabled community and what housing needs may look like for someone in a bigger wheelchair or, different forms of, what equipment they use. So I just want to let you guys know that we are still here and available if you need any guidance as far as, grab bars, or maybe the person is very overweight and in a wheelchair, so they need a bigger door. Those are things that come up quite often for us here. So I just want to say that I am in support of having the affordable housing, and we are downtown. We do support the housing projects downtown. And again, thank you, and I yield my time.
All right, thank you so much. See if we have any other public comments on this study session. Mr. DeWitt, I'll come to you at the podium.
Thank you. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'm also a member of the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group. Started over 25 years ago. And one of the main things that group did was look to see if any surplus properties were available from city, county, state, or even federal possibilities to utilize for affordable housing. You had to be on a list to get notified by the city of any surplus properties and what the strategy might be for disposing of a surplus property. One of the dilemmas that's come over the years is the changing of staff has made it so that those surplus property lists are not readily available and distributed to members of the public or organizations interested in utilizing the efforts of surplus property being used for affordable housing. It is now time to make sure that you folks remember the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group is still interested in doing anything possible to help with affordable housing to be provided upon any property that the city of Santa Rosa declares surplus. One of the real dilemmas during the housing crisis, the homeless crisis, which you continue to declare, is you don't save housing that you own. You've actually torn down houses over the years. I believe the member on the board now the longest time, Mr. Sawyer, he was here when 17 housing units were torn down on Stony Point Road to build a road widening project. Afterwards, the properties that were left over have just sat there, and that could be surplus property. Here in downtown Santa Rosa, you tore down a house across the street from the police department. No big deal to you folks. Yet you still say there's a housing crisis and there's a homeless crisis. So any properties that you own in downtown Santa Rosa, especially if any of them had residents in them in the past, should be utilized again for residential. There's an opportunity for you folks to show that you truly are trying to solve the crisis by doing what was once called infill, downtown city-centered growth, instead of building on the green fields at the farthest edges of the town, which is currently what has been happening for the last 20 years. So I just want to reaffirm to you folks, there are people in the community that want to make sure that we know about every property that's listed as surplus. We'll put that in writing. Now you've heard it here in person. Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group has existed for 25 years, and none of these problems have been solved by you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. I'll go ahead and bring it back from public comment. First, we'll start with a couple of the questions that I heard, and I'll start with you, Jill. There was the question about will the RFP or will the requirement be suggested to be 194 public spaces replacement plus then potentially the demand from any residential use?
It will be a requirement for replacement of the public parking spots that are in each location. So the full amount of public parking spots in that location. I would say that we need to work with the community and with planning a little bit more on if we need to increase that parking or what the requirements would be for development in addition with that parking, or maybe Andrew would like to chime in.
The one thing I would like to add too, just for context, is there is a group across the city, including Public Works, Transit, planning, where we're looking at parking as a whole in downtown development and parking needs generally to align it better with our services through the Transit and Transportation Department, et cetera. So we're not looking at parking in isolation and the assets in isolation. We're looking at it over the long term for our broader city goals.
Right, and thanks, Jill. I think, and Raisa, I think from a planning perspective, because the minimum parking requirement is a development standard in the zoning code, we would want to do that study and analysis as part of the RFP development process, so that we have a clear understanding of what is needed then going into the RFP process and any subsequent development, so that a requirement for parking spaces would then be reflected in a development agreement, rather than to become a requirement of a project as it undergoes planning review.
Okay, thank you. There was also a question about, or a questioning of the city's process in declaring that garage as underutilized, given its 77% was the number quoted use. Can you address that a little bit? How did we come to determine that that constituted underutilized, or what does that mean within the confines of the Surplus Lands Act?
And that's a great question as well. We don't mean underutilized as the parking is not utilized. It is utilized, and it's a very important parking location. We mean that overall the parking, the land itself and the airspace is underutilized. So we could make more and a denser development to get more for the community, more for the city's dollar by including housing and parking together in the space. So we're not looking to, get rid of parking. We're not looking to demolish what's on there. We're looking to augment what's already there.
Okay. And then finally, there's the question about the impact for the businesses. And I think if I'm reading between the lines a little bit, and I've heard this a little bit from other business owners, we oftentimes talk sort of in a global view of what the projects we do in downtown will do for the overall economics of downtown and for the city, but not getting into the sort of the micro view of the direct impact to the existing businesses that are there. Can you, maybe it's Raisa, can you talk a little bit about what type of analyses we do and can do, and how we can take in sort of specifics from those businesses about the short-term impacts and the long-term impacts of these projects as we move through the process? I know that's a very broad question.
Well, sure. I mean, we've done market studies, specific to development, but we can add to the studies, and we need to update those anyway. Something more specific and calling out more specifically the impact both during development as well as post-development when we have more residential units downtown, what that means to local businesses. I mean, on the whole, we're seeing an increase, across the nation. I mean, I think I was in a tiny town in Kentucky and was surprised that they had more downtown housing in kind of a rural area than we did. And I was talking to somebody about it, and it just has to do with the long-term support in the end of the generally small businesses that make up make up downtown. So, housing adds vitality to downtowns. It offers a 24/7 kind of presence. This presence, depending on the density, helps with other safety issues. It has the potential to help with safety issues, et cetera. But really, in the end, and it depends on what businesses you're talking to, of course. But the opportunity for businesses to have more patrons of their business more readily available to them matters. And then subset to this is, in our recruitment that economic development has done specifically to bring some of the amenities that we know that we need. For example, a grocery store or drugstore. When we're talking to some of the big providers, their answer to us is, we're not interested because you do not have the density. So once you don't have enough people living in, per square mile, right? Specific to the downtown. So it's a little bit of a chicken egg in terms of what kind of businesses or additional businesses and amenities we do recruit. We do have have been directed, particularly by national chains that provide some of the larger amenities, the directive to add residential housing in the downtown. So hopefully that answers that. We can do additional studies and we need to, and in the meantime, we have models and input from other areas.
Great. So now before I bring it back to council members for comments, Jill, can you go through the 3 things that you were asking for direction from council on one more time?
Yes, I would be happy to. So number 1, does council want to move forward with a downtown asset strategy on one or more of the parcels that we've discussed? And number 2, which specific parcels and in what order would council like a staff to consider? And the third one would be, do we want to follow the city's surplus guidelines as well as the SLA, or do we want to go directly to council and then follow the more stringent SLA process?
Okay. I heard Councilmember Sawyer with some pretty strong opinions on this one, so I'm going to start at his end of the dais.
Thank you, Mayor. I am interested in moving forward with our downtown strategy. The garage, what was recommended in garage 10 or lot 10, in leaving that for another time, another discussion, and then starting with garage 5, and then if there was an opportunity to do some work, if necessary, on 11. It is an old surface lot. All of our surface lots are old, actually, and garage 5 is our oldest garage, and probably is definitely in need of major work if we weren't going forward with a project. So I am looking to, if we have to, I mean, I don't like calling it surplus because it doesn't feel like surplus parking to me, or but it is an old building. I'd like to go through a process that does, you put it out with an RFP, and I believe that is, if I'm not mistaken, that would be the city's surplus process. Am I mistaken in that, Jill?
So it's all one process.
Which gives us the most protection.
Sorry about that. I was having trouble with my muting. It's all one process, really, when it comes to the RFP. So we would go we would declare it surplus, then we would go through the Surplus Lands Act process of putting it out to low-income developers, affordable housing developers. If that did not work, then we would go with an RFP. The process for the surplus policy is, does council want staff to go through our policy first, which would add the layer of going to the Housing Authority and to the Planning Commission prior to coming to council to declare it surplus? Or does council want us to go just bypass those steps, go directly to council, and then proceed with HCD's list and then an RFP?
As the subject matter expert, which of those options would you be recommending to the council?
We would like to expedite this and streamline it as much as possible. And the SLA process is already quite long and more stringent than our policy. So we would prefer to come directly to council. And then, well, I should only speak for myself, but real estate services would prefer to come directly to council and then move through the whole SLA process.
Well, being able to expedite the process is part of the equation that I would like to support. So I would support that, the going directly to council, then using the city's process of surplus, et cetera, and taking your recommendation. That's where I would go.
Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all the presentations on this very vital issue to the health of the city of Santa Rosa. And I really did appreciate the explanation of surplus, because I was struggling with that reading this whole process, but your explanations were very helpful. And, I appreciated, you talk about the chicken and egg situation where, and I think the way you started this, Jill, with work in harmony, because I think we all recognize we need parking and housing, but what comes first and what's the best way to do that? So, for me, I do want us to move on this process, prioritize Garage 5. I'm also supportive of removing Lot 10 from this process. And I am also in support of streamlining the process, and any lessons learned with this first experience with Garage 5, we apply that learnings to any future processes moving into the future. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers.
Okay. So I would like to move forward with Garage 5 in favor of definitely what involves public engagement, because I believe that that is important for us to have public engagement. And I do support the RFP process, because I also believe that that is very important for us to have that process. I don't even know if these go together, because the more you explain it, the more I get confused. But I'm in favor of it being expedited, and to remove Lot 11. The map isn't up.
10.
Remove 10.
10,
and
sorry, yeah, Lot 10. There we go. So those are all my in supports. Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with my colleagues, and what I like about this process is that staff is doing an excellent job of balancing the fact of the matter, which we know that bringing housing, affordable and market rate housing downtown will bolster our business community, but that in that process, the truth on the ground is that it is difficult. And what I really like about Ms. Chalerzo's comments in particular is that she walked through the steps of how her business would specifically be impacted. And it's really helpful to understand how the space and the space around a business is vital to a business, and our business community is an important and essential stakeholder to downtown, as is providing them and us with the benefits of having the housing. So I like the 30,000-foot view that we hold as a council, and mediating that with your excellent outreach and input. And so I am in favor of the expedited process of the Surplus Lands Act. I'm in favor of starting with Garage 5. I think that it's going to be a challenging project to start with Garage 5, but it also presents us with the greatest benefit for our inputs. And then, like Councilmember Sawyer said, we can take that as a test study and use the lessons learned to apply it to other projects in the city. And then I am fully in support of removing Lot 10 from the equation at this time.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple questions. In regards to the statement of the buyback program, would the buyback price be the market rate or the original price which we sold the property at?
It depends on what we negotiate, but we always try to negotiate the original price that we sold the property for.
Perfect, thank you. In regards to the SLA in comparison to the city policy, from my understanding, it'd be saving us at least 3 to 4 months in the process. But I also heard that when it came to neighborhood meetings or concerned citizens, 2 meetings would not be had. Did I understand that correctly? If we went through the expedited process?
Well, we wouldn't be having a housing authority meeting and a planning commission meeting on it, but we would still definitely be having many meetings with the downtown organizations and the businesses for community engagement during this RFP or during the first process with the affordable housing members. So I don't think that those processes would, expediting this process would take away from any community engagement.
I'm very happy to hear that. And with that being said, I am definitely in support of moving forward with Garage 5 and leaving Lot 10 out of the equation for now. And I do prefer the SLA method. And I do love that we're seeing an incorporation of mixed use with the residential as well as the parking. And I guess my last question would be, is there a model, and I have not seen it, where we have commercial on ground, the first ground, and we have parking above it and then residential above that? Is that something that I don't think it's ever happened in Santa Rosa, but I'm also looking at the Bethlehem Towers and seeing how the sky might just be the limit.
I can't think of a model like that in Santa Rosa. I actually can't think of a model like that I've seen in other cities, Rosa. Maybe you have.
Yeah,
Normally we see some sort of parking on the ground floor, maybe with a mix of mixed use or commercial.
Yeah, I've seen a variety of different ways in which parking is situated in other cities, generally in bigger cities. So I've seen things in San Francisco and LA, for example. And I can't think of the specifics of it. Sorry, Andrew.
Oh, no, that's fine. And I think to add to that, it oftentimes to be able to do what they call those liner buildings on the ground floor that has the mixed use component to it, then to have several layers of parking and then to follow up with the residential component above that, oftentimes depends upon the lot size. You have to be able to have that space to construct, the liner buildings and then the parking access as part of that ground floor program. So it could be the reality that this particular site would not be conducive to that approach. But certainly a development team, I'm sure, would examine that as part of their design process.
And as a quick example of that, on the liner thing, so I think Garage 7, if I recall correct, not Garage 7, the 7th Street Garage, if I recall correctly, had some space in front of it so that it could accommodate some small retail, and then the parking behind that never came to fruition. But I think it was Santa Rosa's attempt at one point to at least have active ground floor in front of the garage that exists behind it. So it may not be on the second floor, but we've seen models in that way.
Well, thank you all, regardless, for elaborating on this crazy idea or seed that we've seen in definitely larger metropolitan cities, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, council members. So it sounds like you have pretty unanimous support from the council on moving forward on Garage 5. I want to heed the city manager's warning of, or I guess, vision of being intentional in how we do things and focusing to make sure that we are able to deliver quickly and efficiently on things. So I'm fine with starting with just Garage 5. I think that process also allows us to repave Lot 10 ahead of time and make sure that we have that asset available as well. Because there will be a disruption to parking as we move forward on this, and making sure that we don't over leverage ourselves by having one in construction for a project, another underway for a second project, and a third that needs to be repaved all at the same time. I think will be a nice delicate dance that will benefit the downtown ultimately. I also want to reiterate what I heard from staff and what I've heard from the community, and that's a desire for downtown businesses to be at the table in discussions about what projects come forward in the SLA process, and then if we go to an RFP, ultimately, how that RFP is both crafted and who's selected, and just make sure that those voices are heard as we move forward. I also heard a desire, and I think it's a good one for us to consider as we continue to move forward on how we include the voices of the individual business needs. And I know that staff has worked really closely to do so, and that's part of the Lot 10 conversation, and just making sure that we're, again, being intentional in how we do that outreach to folks who will be impacted here as we move through the process will be important for us. Thank you to Andrew and to Raisa and to Jill for all of your work on this. I'm going to follow your recommendation on question number 3 about doing more expedited for the SLA process. And I look forward to us having this back in front of us soon so that we can move this project forward and ultimately help build that vibrancy downtown. Madam City Manager, do you have any comments to add here at the end? Or do we have sufficient direction from council?
We have direction. We know which way we've instructed staff to go. And I just want to thank staff. This is a heavy lift, and they've been working on this for quite some time. So I just want to thank staff and the city attorney's office for bringing this forward today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We will take a break. We don't start our regular council meeting until 4 o'clock, so we'll be back at that time for our regular council meeting. And we're back. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
All right, welcome everybody. Madam City Attorney, can you please do a report out for our closed session that we had earlier?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session on item 2.1, which is a conference with the labor negotiators. The council gave direction to the negotiation team, and no final action was taken. Thank you.
All right. We have no proclamations tonight, no presentations. Let's move on to our staff briefings.
Good evening. So the Omicron variant continues to aggressively spread throughout the county. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, Sonoma County's case rate has increased to more than 206 cases per 100,000 per day. In the past week, over 6,000 new cases were reported to county health officials, bringing the total number of active cases to 24,000. Large gatherings continue to be restricted to the Sonoma County's health officers' health order, which will remain in effect until February the 11th. Now, for those who are interested in being boosted or vaccinated, beginning this Saturday, the County of Sonoma will open a large-scale vaccination clinic at the Sonoma County Fairgrounds for the next 4 weeks from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day. These appointments are not needed, but you can make a guaranteed appointment and guarantee your spot on myturn.ca.gov. In addition, the federal government has launched a website for the public to request 4 free at-home COVID-19 tests per household. They can be ordered at covidtest.gov, and orders are generally shipped between 7 to 12 days. More information about COVID-19 response is available online at socoemergency.org. Thank you.
Also, do we have any questions on item 7.1? All right, let's go to 7.2.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Alvarez, and members of the council. Magali is here, Director of Community Engagement, with a report on the Community Empowerment Plan update. So with the Mary Lou Lowrider Patrol Car project, we're excited to announce that the artwork has been completed and the final protective clear coat will be finalized tomorrow, January 6th. Thank you to Manny Aguilar and his team for all of their work and contributions to making that happen. Next, the car will go to the Viejitos Car Club to have the stereo system installed. In addition, the interior of the car is currently being upholstered and will be ready in a few weeks. After the previously mentioned work, next we'll be installing the rims, tires, and placing the SRPD logos on the doors of the car. Multicultural Roots project. The project staff have been busy interviewing community members and researching historical stories. We'd like to thank the following community members whose stories we'll be featuring in the upcoming weeks for their time and for sharing their stories and community contributions. We'd like to thank Dr. Frank Chong, Chantel Reese, Lourdes Bailey, Bernice Espinosa, Larry Younger, Lori Fong, and many others which we'll be interviewing and featuring soon. Additionally, we have 6 interviews in the process of being scheduled with members of our Black, Indigenous, people of color community. And I'd like to take a second to recognize and thank our Vistas. And our Vistas are recent Sonoma State graduates, Maddie Cox and Haley Katz, who are working day to day on this project and doing an excellent job. We're very fortunate to be also working with an amazing intern, Rocio Arjon, from the University of San Francisco, who's working on her master's in public health, on evaluating the first year of the project, of the Multicultural Roots project, and have an evaluation report to share by March. The preliminary feedback we've heard thus far has been that one, this is our readership's favorite part of the City Connections newsletter. 2, community is excited to see Black, Indigenous, people of color being highlighted and uplifted. 3, that the public loves learning about Santa Rosa and Sonoma County's history that stories that they've never heard before. So our team is also working on other ways to expand this program by including video interviews, radio interviews, and possibly in-person displays when it is safe to do so. And I just want to thank all of our community organizations who have helped us with our reach and have been sharing the Multicultural Roots Project on their social media pages. The Community Advisory Board meets tomorrow, January 26th at 6 p.m. This meeting is open to the public and is comprised of community representatives from each district. The CAB will be making funding decisions for their 4th quarter community improvement grant cycle. The CAB grant program offers mini grants up to $2,500 for neighborhood and community groups to implement a community project such as creating a mural, conducting a neighborhood cleanup day, planting a community garden, and more. So the CAB will also hear a presentation on the city's capital improvement program and provide input to staff on the CIP budget priorities. So the meeting is over Zoom, and the link can be found on srcity.org's website. Lastly, and very important operation for our team and our local nonprofits, the Choice Cycle 11 request for qualifications. On January 10th, the Santa Rosa Violence Prevention Partnership released the Cycle 11 Community Helping Our Indispensable Children Excel grant program requests for qualifications. There's currently $750,000 in funds allocated to this grant cycle. We are seeking applicants who will provide programming and services that align with our most recent community needs assessment and 4 focus areas from the Community Safety Scorecard, those being school readiness, school engagement and truancy prevention, street outreach and mediation, and workforce development. So examples of some of these include mental health services, pro-social activities, and prevention and intervention services. This critical grant program is funded by Measure O and provides many needed services for youth and families, which the community requested during the 2020 Community Empowerment Plan, listening sessions, and through our input and data opportunities. So that is the end of my report. Also, my apologies to the translator for being so enthusiastic and saying all this so quickly. Thank you.
No, thank you for your enthusiasm, Deputy Director. I'll look to the council to see if there are any questions on your staff briefing tonight. Seeing none, I just say keep up the good work on it. We'll go to public comment. Hold on, Mr. DeWitt. We'll go to public comment for our staff briefings like we always do. I'll start with folks on Zoom. If you have any comments, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature. Seeing none, we'll come back here to the chambers. Go ahead, Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, sir. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I was glad to hear that presentation. It's the first time I've seen that director of that little department since July of last year when she spoke outside with Mr. Schwedhelm and other staff members and the local chapter of the NAACP. It's a good thing that we're having more people from Black, Indigenous, and cultural groups involved in the things that are occurring. But in that one project she was talking about at the first, I think it's really important that you not forget the older folks, the folks that are in the neighborhoods that might not be on your internet and your Zooming and your approaches you take now. There are a number of World War II veterans still around and their spouses who I think would be really good people to talk with in having this historical approach for a multicultural presentation. Did you know that we had a hero from the United States Army's 442nd Combat Regimental Team of the Nisei, the Japanese Americans who went and fought for the United States against the Nazis in Italy in World War II? That man's family was over in Roseland. His wife is still there. These are the kind of folks that a lot of people would learn good things from if they were able to participate in this situation, but they don't really know about it. As a matter of fact, I've never seen anybody from this community engagement department unless you come down to their spot and then participate in the way they want you to do it. And then it's all carefully structured. What used to be considered the community action team that started over 25 years ago morphed into this thing called the Community Advisory Board. And it's essentially just become almost like a slush fund for local folks. You don't get any money from Measure O unless you're in the know. That's what I was told by somebody. And it's the kind of thing where they're helping those folks that already know. It shouldn't be that way. It should be something that people in the community can come to someone in the community and they'll work with them. The guy that was chosen to work over in Roseland, nobody really knew he was there. And now he's been hired by the city. It's quite interesting when you talk about that stuff. One of the things I think is really important right now, especially in this discussion, is tomorrow they're going to talk about giving some money to a large, well-funded organization to do a bit of politics. Now, I'm a housing advocate, and I'm always there for housers. But I don't think Generation Housing should be coming down here and asking for some of the money for them to do their political approach. They've got dough. They were founded by St. Joseph's of Sisters of St. Joseph's of Orange Memorial Hospital, now Providence. They got the dough to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no others move towards the podium, I'll bring it back. Any other comments to staff on item number 7? All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Deputy Director. We'll move on to our city manager and city attorney reports. We'll start with City Manager Smith tonight.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of council. So I am pleased to announce last week the city's North Trunk Sewer Replacement Project achieved a major civil engineering milestone, completing the successful installation of approximately 1,000 linear feet of 18 inches of sewer pipeline at depths up to 35 feet below the surface using trenchless technologies. So I would like to thank everyone who contributed to the completion of this significantly critical improvement to our city's infrastructure, and hopefully we will see more to come. Thank you.
All right, any questions from council? And I apologize, City Manager, where was that pipe put?
It is the North Trunk Sewer Replacement Project. I don't have the exact address in front of me, but I can get that for you.
Great, thank you. We'll go on to our city attorney report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 items to report on tonight, and we'll start with the Charter Review Committee update. The Charter Review Committee held its first meeting in mid-November. As you know, there are 21 members on the committee, and it's really been a very strong and collaborative group, so I've been very appreciative of all of their work. The committee's walking through, systematically reviewing and discussing the issues that were recommended by council. And Patty Cisco, who is chair of the committee, is here today by Zoom. We're looking for her. And she's going to provide the update once she is into the system.
Chair Cisco, if you are on the Zoom, can you please raise your hand by dialing *9 or using the raise hand feature in Zoom?
And perhaps while we wait to locate her, if we could go on to your update on the 3rd district seat, and then we'll come back.
Yes, thank you. So the second item I'm going to report on is an update on where we are in the council vacancy. As you'll recall, last December, Councilmember Tibbetts announced his resignation. His resignation left the District 3 seat vacant, with 3 years remaining in the term. So the council met in a special meeting on December 21st and made the decision to go ahead and temporarily fill the position by appointment. Once appointed, the appointee will take the seat immediately thereafter and will serve for about 9 or 10 months, filling in temporarily until the November election. permanent replacement will then be selected by the voters of District 3 in that November election. So in terms of the appointment process, council agreed to a 2-week application period. That began on Wednesday, January 5th and closed on Wednesday, January 19th. We received 6 applications. Those applications are now public, and they are available for public review on the city's website. What I found in looking for them, the easiest path was simply to search for City of Santa Rosa council vacancy. I can give the full site name, but it's a little bit more awkward, and I did find it quite readily by simply doing that search. The 6 applicants will be interviewed by the council by the council in a public session on February 8th. We haven't yet set the start time, but we will. We're talking to the applicants, and we'll set that schedule. And that session will be broadcast. Also want to note that the public was invited to submit interview questions. It was that same 2-week period of January 5th through January 19th. We received no proposed interview questions. So the next step is the February 8th meeting. The 6 applicants will be interviewed, and the council is anticipated to make the appointment at the end of those interviews. So that's where we are on that, and let me see if Chair Cisco is yet on our Zoom.
Chair Cisco, if you are dialing in by a telephone number with the last 4 digits of 1984, please lower your hand and raise your hand to indicate that is you.
She's getting on now. I just contacted her.
Apologize for that confusion.
And Mayor Rogers, while we're waiting on that information, the location was off Chantey Road near Franklin and Humboldt Street. And I just want to remind you that the reason why the trenchless technology was so important was because it's a high traffic area, going up a hill. So just wanted to note that.
And while we wait for the chair, is this technology transferable to other projects?
I am certain that it is, and we can provide you with some additional information.
Perfect.
And I understand that Chair Cisco is now online and available. And has she been promoted?
Yes, she is on the Zoom and can enable her camera to provide her update.
Great. Thank you very much, and welcome, Chair Cisco, and thank you.
Great. Good to see you. I always have trouble with this part, so appreciate your patience waiting for me to get in. Okay. Patty Cisco, Chair of the Charter Review Committee, here tonight to give you just an update of our process and progress on the Charter Review Committee. Our first meeting was held November 17th. It took a little bit of time from the time that you made your appointments to get all the committee members set up with city email and iPads so that we could do our work. That first meeting introduced us to the charter, our roles and responsibilities in reviewing potential amendments to the charter, and typical orientation matters regarding the Brown Act and conflict of interest laws. The committee indicated a desire to look at all of our future agenda items through an equity lens and set about developing a set of principles to guide our work. Several committee members sat on the recent county redistricting committee and brought forward as a template the principles utilized by that committee. With the guidance of Socorro Shields, our diversity, equity, and inclusion officer, we shaped our equity principles to fit our charge. The committee has agreed to keep the equity principles as a standing agenda item to evolve as the committee sees fit. The committee understands that there are deadlines to meet in order to get our recommendations finalized and to council. We understand that the council will be holding 2 public meetings prior to finalizing what will go to the ballot. Our plan is to complete our work by the end of April so that council can meet the August deadline of preparing measures for the ballot, hold their 2 public meetings that they will need to hold. We also understand that council may choose to do some polling on potential recommendations. So we understand we have a timeline. We received the 12 topics submitted to us by council and separated out the 3 items that could only be amended by charter, as opposed to those that could either be by charter amendment or council ordinance. And we prioritize those for consideration first by the committee. Those 3 items are council compensation, directly elected mayor, and ranked choice voting. The committee prioritized council compensation as first to consider and began to review compensation of council to comparable cities, the ballot measure that failed on compensation 20 years ago, provisions that exist in the charter currently for increasing compensation that have not been utilized, and reviewed a copy of a ballot measure that was successful in Berkeley in increasing compensation. And I'm summarizing tonight our process, but if you have specific questions as to the specifics of our discussion, I'm happy to answer those. The general leading of the committee in dealing with increased compensation was to increase compensation, the issue being the method of calculating a reasonable number, and again, the general leaning towards some percentage of the adjusted median income as a particular method. However, committee members indicated their decision on this would be tied to our decision regarding a directly elected mayor. Those are linked. So it was put on hold until we could have that discussion and more fully consider the issue of increased compensation. Okay, so our last meeting, we took up the directly elected mayor. We received education about a strong mayor versus a council city manager type of process. We had received 1 letter from the public in favor of a strong mayor. Excuse me. Following the staff presentation, we agreed to begin the discussion, allowing that this would not have to be the final answer from any of the committee members because of the expectation of guest speakers and further information from staff answering questions that the committee members had made. We kind of wanted to get the discussion started and take the temperature of the committee members at that time. The general direction of the majority of the committee was not in favor of a directly elected mayor. However, in agreement to fully examine the issue with information and speakers from the next couple of meetings, we will continue that discussion. Once that recommendation is finalized, we plan to return to council compensation and on to ranked choice voting. Our process has been to get education provided by staff on the agenda items, questions for staff to research and return to the committee, and then on to discussion, hoping to arrive at a recommendation. Sue Gallagher and Rob Jackson have been amazing in providing all these answers, which I'm sure you understand can be quite legalese and thick, to the committee, and locating items of research for consideration. Committee members have also been bringing in materials for review on a particular agenda item. We are meeting every other Wednesday from 5 to 7, and all of the meetings have been well attended. So that's a general summary. And again, if you have any specific questions as to our discussions to this point, we don't have anything finalized yet, but we're deep in the thick of it right now, and getting all kinds of information and education to inform our opinions.
Thank you very much, Patty. And I'll also mention that we will be putting onto the city's website a calendar that will outline kind of where we've been and where we're going. Later as we get to April, there'll be some to be determined agendas, but at least we'll lay out kind of the path that we're seeing at this point. Happy to answer questions, and I know Patty, Chair Cisco is as well.
All right, thank you, Madam City Attorney, and thank you to our chair. Council members, do you have questions for the group? I'll start at the end with Councilmember Rogers. No? Okay. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes, thank you, Chair Cisco, for all of your work and the work of the committee. Could you walk us through the logic of how the majority of you arrived against appointing, the notion of appointing or having a directly elected mayor?
Well, we're not finalized on that decision yet. Discussion points that were kind of not from committee members that were not in favor of a directly elected mayor. It kind of it began with, what problem are we trying to solve by having a directly elected mayor as opposed to the mayor chosen among the seven of you. Part of what was brought up was that it could be seen as detrimental to the demographics, that it would be financially straining and kind of the wrong direction for equity. And I take that to mean that in getting a directly elected mayor, part of what we did with district elections accomplished a less expensive way for candidates to campaign. And it was, I believe, a concern that having a directly elected mayor might be an expensive campaign, a campaign that only somebody with more wealth than kind of average person might be able to do, and that we might be tipping the scale backwards from equity to somebody that's just has more wealth to do the campaign for an at-large mayor. There were several former council members that did say the campaigning is expensive. And again, I think the move to district elections was to reduce the cost of that, and this might not be in keeping with that. There were other issues about particular concerns about legal conflicts with dilution of districts. Part of what we would be looking at is if we had a directly elected mayor, we have 7 districts now that we would be moving to 6 districts with the directly elected mayor, and that would be a dilution of the districts, and it's kind of taking away some things from the public at large. There was concerns that our method of district elections and districts council hasn't had a chance to really prove themselves, and to see again if a mayor that oversees the entire city is really an important thing. There was concerns that your method now, allowing the rotation among members to become mayor, allows for growth and team building. The strong mayor, definitely, there was some definitely negative opinions about that. They were really concerned about how the city would be completely reorganized, that it might make it difficult to recruit good city managers. So the temperature was not, it was pretty cold, but again, we're not done yet. We did not have the benefit yet of mayors themselves that are directly elected that might be able to sort of point out a more favorable point of view than some of these concerns. Also, in the meantime, Sue and Rob are going to be looking into some of the questions and concerns that the committee raised to this point. There definitely were members that thought that there are arguments, good and bad, on both sides. But again, it's just, we don't have all of the information at this point to have made a full recommendation, but the temperature at this point is cold. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. It's very informative. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Rogers?
So thank you very much for coming to give us an update. And thank you, Sue and Rob, for your participation. And thank you, all your members. I'm just very grateful that you guys are taking the time to do this. I know it was very difficult for myself to choose who I wanted to be on the committee, but I am very grateful that you are providing your time, and each of you have a level of expertise that you are bringing to the table in a different way of looking at the items that we have asked you or that we have brought forth. And so I probably will continue to do this because this is just what I do. But thank you for volunteering your time, because we do not do this very often, as you guys know, and this is very impactful for our city and how we run our city. So thank you for your time, and please pass that along to everyone. Thank you.
I definitely will. Thank you for your appreciation. It's a really involved group, and again, with multiple perspectives, you all chose very well, and they're engaged and involved, and I'm sure they'll appreciate you appreciating them.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I too want to thank the entire Charter Review Committee as they're definitely dedicating their time and energy to making Santa Rosa a better city. For myself, I was hoping that the ranked choice voting could be elaborated and explained for those that might not understand what it means for our voting system.
Yeah, that we have not taken that up yet. It's one of the priorities. We really wanted to get through council compensation and the directly elected mayor because those were linked. But I believe it's our next meeting. We will be having a speaker come and explain that, and then the committee will be able to take that up. But at this point, we haven't gotten any information on that.
Thank you. I personally will definitely be waiting to learn more about it, as well as I know some in my community have been asking the question. My second question is in regards to Brown Act violations. I was hoping that Sue can elaborate what we as council members can do and can't do in relationships to interaction with both our appointees and the Charter Review Committee as a whole.
Through the mayor. Yes, you are welcome to speak to your appointees or to speak to other members of the committee. I also want to reiterate, I mean, it's really been, I've been very impressed with this group of residents. Very collaborative, very thoughtful, very engaged, very sophisticated in their discussion and their analysis, so really very much appreciate it. And I would encourage, you're certainly welcome to speak with your appointees or with others, but also you've appointed this committee to do this work, so I really encourage you to give them the freedom to do that. So I also am happy to respond to a couple of other things quickly, if you'd like. In terms of the ongoing discussion on at-large mayor, next week the committee will be meeting again on Wednesday, 5 to 7, and we will be hearing from the directly elected mayor from Petaluma and also the directly elected mayor from San Rafael. So that I think will be helpful for the committee. And then Rob and I will also be bringing back responses to a whole series of questions that the committee had. So that should be an interesting meeting. On ranked choice voting, yes, the committee has not yet gotten there, and we will be having Diva Provo from the Registrar of Voters will be coming and giving that presentation. In a nutshell, I'll just mention each voter ranks their choices. So if you had 3 candidates, each voter would rank their first choice, their second choice, their third choice. If one of the candidates receives a majority of the vote, that candidate wins. If no one receives a majority of those votes, then the lowest, the candidate that received the lowest votes, their votes would then go to the second choice, and so forth until one candidate has received a majority of the votes. Again, it's a little bit complicated, but we'll have the full presentation, a full explanation of the system, not this next meeting, but the following meeting. So.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to the chair, Ms. Cisco, for your efforts on this. I have to corral 6 people. You have to corral 21. So by my non-mathematician outcome, your job is 3 times harder. So thank you so much for those efforts. Council, are there any other questions on this update? Otherwise, we'll go to public comment.
I just want to say I appreciate the honor of serving as chair, and I'm loving every minute of it. So thank you all.
Certainly a be careful what you wish for type scenario, but we're happy to have you leading the helm.
Thank you.
We'll go to Mr. DeWitt for comment.
Hello, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. I'm very interested in this topic because 26 years ago, a petition was put together for a ballot initiative to have district elections and a popularly elected mayor. This was just after the city had gone to 7 council members, thinking that that would help with more representation. Actually, what's occurred over all these years is there was no more extra representation of the disadvantaged. It was pretty much more strength for the business community and more business as usual. The petition that was put together in the past was done with an attorney by the name of Dick Day, a good man who believed in democracy. There are still copies of it available, and we'll make it available to this Charter Review Committee, because essentially, right now, the process is still the same, where the Chamber of Commerce and the Sonoma County Alliance have far more power in deciding who becomes the mayor of our city than the residents. If we have a popularly elected mayor, there's an opportunity that we can get a grassroots representation to help us lead our own way, rather than us constantly following almost a slavish devotion to what the business community wants. With 6 districts, we can also hopefully keep the more representation we've gotten for disadvantaged communities right now. With this new redistricting that you're about to undertake, we may end up having Mr. Alvarez and Ms. Rogers run against each other when they just got on here. This is the kind of thing that we need to avoid. We need to get the disadvantaged communities of Santa Rosa better represented in the decision-making process. Planning is politics, and the Charter Review is essentially a planning process, which is politics. You've got a lot of folks that are collaborative because they're already thinking alike. This is an exclusive group that basically wasn't really well advertised to the community. People that I know, they were like, I never saw anything in the paper about it. As a matter of fact, why don't you put things in the Santa Rosa Press Democrat now for those folks that aren't connected into the internet like you folks are? They're still voters, they're still taxpayers, and they need to have their voice heard too. It's kind of funny to them that the first thing that's coming up is increase the compensation for the council members, rather than the idea of the popularly elected mayor, the ranked choice voting, and finding out what the community wanted to be in the charter review. This was basically what the politicians wanted to be reviewed. So please, try to make it more inclusive. We'll get that copy of the 1996 petition into you so that you'll be able to see that this was already discussed, it was already looked at. 6 districts, popularly elected mayor, we'll all be better off for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Any other comments? Go ahead. Yes.
8.2 regarding the third district appointment. I would like to see anybody who milks money from the government excluded from consideration, because the government should not be used as a playground to make money. And I'll give you an example to clearly illustrate what I'm talking about. Before Dominic Fapoli resigned, it was disclosed that he had bought a ownership interest in a security guard company. And the reason he did that is he wanted to provide security guards for the homeless hotels and what have you. So he figured out that, you know, he could use that as a way to channel our tax dollars into his pocket. That should be really offensive to taxpayers and voters in this county, that somebody who in elected office is looking to profit from our tax dollars. So that should be looked at seriously and critically during this appointment process.
All right, thank you. I see no hands on Zoom, so I'll go ahead and bring it back. We'll move on to item number 9. That is our statements of abstention. Do we have any abstentions from council members tonight? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be abstaining from item 12.3. It involves the cannabis agency, and I am involved in the cannabis industry.
I'll go on to Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need to abstain from the minutes of November 30th, 11.3, due to my absence from the council on that evening.
Great. If it works for council members, I'm going to move us through the agenda a little bit faster. We do have our federal DC team on the line for item 14.1, so I'll skip item 10 and I'll come back later in the meeting. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry. I omitted that. I'm sorry. I take it back. That was for the minutes. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Okay. So we do have, we'll come back to item 10 after we do our public hearings. Actually, let me rephrase. We'll come back to item 10 as our last item for the night. We'll do our public hearings and our report items and then come back for council member reports. We'll go to approval of minutes. We have 3 sets here. We have November 16th, November 30th, our special meeting, and November 30th, our regular meeting. We already heard from Councilmember Sawyer that he will be abstaining from 11.3. Are there any changes or amendments from council members on the 3 sets of minutes? Mr. Vice Mayor.
Sorry again, Mayor. I actually do need to abstain from it would be the November 30th, 11.2 special meeting, as I was not in attendance.
Okay. Seeing none, I'll go to the public and see if there are any changes to those sets of minutes. Seeing none in the chamber, I see none on Zoom. We will show the amendments, or excuse me, show the minutes adopted as presented, with Councilmember Alvarez abstaining from 11.2 and Councilmember Sawyer from 11.3 without objection from the council. Move on to item 12, our consent calendar.
Mayor Rogers and members of council, we have 4 items on the consent calendar tonight. Item 12.1 is a resolution, additional funding for the purchase of computer and server equipment from Dell Marketing. Item 12.2 is a resolution, Santa Rosa Tourism Business Improvement Area Advisory Board appointments. Item 12.3 is a resolution. It's an amendment to the city classification and salary plan to add 2 FTE limited-term senior planners and 1 FTE limited-term senior planner positions in the Planning and Economic Development Department, reallocate LEAP grant funds, accept and appropriate State Department of Cannabis Control Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program funds, and appropriate PG&E settlement funds. Item 12.4 is a resolution, approval of grant of temporary construction easement to Pacific Gas and Electric Company on a portion of city-owned property located at 55 Stony Point Road APN 010-320-019, and 2100 West College Avenue, APN 010-320-303, for the development of battery electric bus charging infrastructure.
Okay, do we have any questions from council members on those items? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Madam City Manager, could you just confirm the APN on that second one, if we had the right one? I'm not sure if that was what I have on my paperwork. I thought I heard 303 versus 030, that last APN, 2100 West College.
APN 010-320-030.
Thank you.
All right. Happy to have the clarification. I see no questions from council members. Let's see if there's any public comment on these items. See none in the chamber, and I see no hands on Zoom. So I'll bring it back for the Vice Mayor to make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move items 12.1 through 12.4 with the exception of 12.3 as requested by myself, Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Second.
We have a motion from the Vice Mayor, second from Councilmember Sawyer. Let's call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
And then I will entertain a motion on 12.3.
So moved.
I've got a motion from Councilmember Fleming and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Let's call the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Vice Mayor Alvarez abstaining.
All right, it is not yet 5 o'clock, so we'll bypass item 13 for the moment. We'll go on to item 14.1. That's our federal legislative platform update. Ms. City Manager.
Item 14.1 is a report for the 2022 Federal Legislative Platform. The report will be given by Staff Member Scott Alonso, our Intergovernmental Relations and Legislative Affairs Officer.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council and City Manager Smith. I'm Scott Alonso, the city's Intergovernmental Relations and Legislative Affairs Officer. And we have Kyriakis Pagonis and John O'Donnell with us tonight to present you the federal legislative platform. And they're joining us virtually from Washington, D.C. In 2018, the City of Santa Rosa hired MMO partners as our federal lobbying team. Last year, the council adopted a federal legislative platform for the first time. MMO Partners has greatly assisted the city's efforts with wildfire recovery and resiliency and securing federal dollars in support for our residents. MMO Partners has worked with city staff to conduct an analysis of our legislative priorities, federal funding goals, and helped prepare today's platform for your consideration. The adoption of this year's platform will continue to aid our lobbying team's efforts to better respond in a more efficient manner on behalf of the city and council. I do want to acknowledge and thank all those staff members involved in this process. We met with various departments and programs in late 2021 to help prepare tonight's updated federal platform. The platform tonight is largely based from last year, but you'll notice some key differences in some areas that John and Kyriakis will go over. from COVID-19 to public safety to surface transportation and the like, and especially regarding the infrastructure bill and Build Back Better. Finally, I'm pleased to turn over the presentation over to John and Kyriakis, which they'll give you some more background on their work and walk us through the city's proposed federal legislative platform for 2022. And City Clerk, you may advance to the next slide, please.
Scott, thank you for that introduction. Mayor Rogers and council members and City Manager Smith, thanks for the opportunity to make this presentation to you tonight and report on Santa Rosa's 2021 federal legislative platform and review the city's 2022 proposed federal priorities. I just say a word about our firm MMO that Scott mentioned. We have been representing local governments and special districts in Washington for 4 decades and are proud of the fact that we continue to represent our first 4 city clients, which are Albuquerque, Oklahoma City, Oxnard, California, and Phoenix, Arizona. The purpose of your federal platform, your federal program, that's the next slide, is really to communicate the city's federal policy and project priorities to the public, to the California congressional delegation, Congress, and federal agencies, and also provide guidance and direction to the city staff and federal representatives regarding the city's funding priorities. And as was mentioned before, the prior platform was adopted last year in February 2021. Before we get into the details, Scott mentioned that there was a short update on what are the big priorities going on here in Washington, D.C., which do have an effect on the city of Santa Rosa. And those things are, I'd put them in 3 categories: one that has happened, one that will happen, and one that is expected to happen, but we're not sure in what form. The one that happened is the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which provides significant competitive and formula funding for state and local governments. We've shared much of that information with Scott and city staff, and we know that the city's previous success at seeking competitive funding, we expect to see that continue in 2022. The program that will pass, or the legislation that will pass, is the FY22 appropriations bill, which, as we've said to Scott earlier today and to City Manager Smith last week, this is legislation that will get done. And one of the reasons we think that is because there's a whole lot less publicity about it at this point in the calendar. And last week things died down, and that's a good indication that things are working behind the scenes. The important thing about the FY22 appropriations bill passing and not having a continuing resolution for the rest of this calendar year, or up until the end of September, is that any earmarks that were provided to the city in the appropriations bill this year, if we don't have a final appropriations bill enacted, those earmarks disappear because no new federal spending can be accommodated in a continuing resolution. And finally, I just say that on the Build Back Better, the reconciliation package, there's quite a bit of discussion going on now about how to move portions of that package forward. And the White House and the leader of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and the leader of the Senate, Chuck Schumer, are continuing to work on different approaches to trying to get portions of that, if not the entire package, passed. One of the things they're discussing right now is whether they break it into smaller pieces in order to pass it in Congress. And that concludes the report on what's happening here. I just want to say before passing this report over to Kyriakis is how much MMO Partners appreciates the opportunity to work with Santa Rosa, the elected officials and the city staff. And since we've been hired, we know the pressure that the mayor and city council and city staff have had in recovering from the fires that greatly damaged the city. And so I want to just recognize the excellent support we get from city staff in doing your work in Washington, D.C. Kyriakis?
Thanks, John. Next slide, please. So Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Alvarez, members of the council, before we go into the 2022 proposed priorities for the city, we thought it'd be a good opportunity to take a few minutes to go over what happened as a result of your adopted federal platform in 2021, as John mentioned, passed last February. And in no way is this meant to be a highlight reel or infomercial for MMO. You know, the successes and outcomes represent, first and foremost, the mayor and council's direction to us and laying out the direction for us to go in. As John mentioned, you know, your city staff and management certainly put in a lot of work over the past year to recognize some of these successes. And certainly your congressional delegation, you know, deserves all the credit for number one, voting and getting funding passed into law to address COVID. And then, you know, as John mentioned, certainly now on the infrastructure side, but you know, this is certainly a team approach that we take and really appreciate the opportunity to be on the team. So with that said, just to go over your platform for 2021, the first area was to address COVID recovery and economic resiliency. The $1.9 trillion ARPA law was signed by the president back in March 11th, 2021. The city council made it a priority for direct funding to address the COVID impacts, both the health impacts, certainly the revenue impacts, the impacts to families and to small businesses. As a result, with that work and certainly the work of many other cities pressing for this, Congress provided $130 billion in COVID local fiscal recovery funds. The city share is about $35 million, which I know you all are working to allocate. Your first tranche came out last year. The second tranche of funding, about half of the 35, will come out in a few months. The Treasury Department also recently released final guidance that provides significant flexibilities for the use of that funding, and I know your team is looking at that. The bill also provided, it's not an entire list of the things that are provided in the bill, but certainly the ones that I think align with the priorities that the council laid forth last year. So provided $1.1 billion for a low-income home water assistance program. That program provided the state of California with $116 million. That program is set to open sometime in May of this year. It's geared towards helping low-income households pay for their water and wastewater services as a result of COVID. $50 billion was included in the bill for FEMA to provide reimbursements to local governments for eligible COVID-related expenses. We'll go into a little bit of that later, but that is something that we have certainly talked to the city about, and the city has taken an active, very active and proactive approach to getting reimbursed for eligible expenses. Next slide, please. There was $3 billion included in ARPA. That's the acronym for the bill, American Rescue Plan Act. $3 billion for economic development, for the Economic Development Administration. They're currently putting out guidance for those funds, and we've been working with city staff to review that. And I know they're working hard to go through those notices of funding opportunities now. extension for paid family leave. There was a significant amount of money put in for emergency rental assistance. That funding was limited to areas above population threshold. And Sonoma County was allocated funds for that. And I know your staff is working collaboratively with their county counterparts. $47 billion, as I said, for the program. The county's allocation, the first round was about 14.7 million, 15, and then about 17 million in the second tranche for emergency rental assistance. 7 billion in for broadband. I know that's a significant priority that was laid out by the council. That funding is being rolled out now by the administration. There's significant funding for families and households to get service and offset the cost for that, but also money for schools and libraries to provide things like hotspots and equipment for families that need that. Voucher assistance was provided in the bill, $5 billion for emergency housing vouchers. The city of Santa Rosa was awarded 131 vouchers. I know Megan and her team are working to move those forward. Next slide, please. So that covered a snapshot on the COVID funding and recovery funding that was included in the American Rescue Plan Act that the council advocated for. This next slide covers the policy and infrastructure priorities laid out in the 2021 federal platform resolution that you adopted. On the first category, wildfire resiliency. As John mentioned earlier, there was a new process put in place this year for members to be able to ask for community project funding or member-directed spending for community projects and priorities. The city submitted a $1 million request for a permanent emergency operations center. Representative Thompson, both Senators Feinstein and Padilla, both secured $1 million in the FY22 Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriations Bill. Again, this was made possible, and we worked closely with your staff, the Chief Westrup, Neil Bregman, and others to get the necessary paperwork and information together. Community support letters and working with Cal OES to make that project eligible and considered for funding. And as John mentioned, we won't know that outcome until the Congress finalizes the FY22 appropriations bill. About $34 million was allocated this year in 2021 through the HUD CDBG mitigation and the CBG-DR infrastructure program. That funding was supported by your delegation. That funding will be used in some respects to do Fire Station 5 relocation and other community infrastructure needs as a result of damage that the community sustained during the 2017 wildfires. There was also work that we did on your behalf to really impress upon Congress and the administration that certain language and policy reforms are necessary for FEMA funding. We found out, you found out, that certain policy like around relocation assistance was prohibitive for relocating infrastructure that had been damaged during wildfires. Back in August, Senator Padilla held a roundtable discussion in the community. I know Mayor Rogers and Chief Westrup participated in that discussion and really talked to the senator about the importance of updating the Stafford Act to reflect the challenges that you all faced during the wildfires and the challenges urban areas face as a result of wildfires, which are much different than flooding damage and hurricane and other damage. Senator Padilla introduced the Fire Act, which includes language the city requested for FEMA to take into consideration infrastructure that is located in the WUI. That bill has been introduced. There's been a companion bill on the House side supported by both Congressman Thompson and Congressman Huffman. We're optimistic that will move forward. It's certainly a packed calendar, but it's the beginning of that process. So we're optimistic that will move forward sometime this year, hopefully by the end of the year. If not, then next year. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act included $500 million for at-risk communities. I know the city staff are working on identifying potential opportunities in this regard. City and county and Mayor Rogers, I want to thank you for leading a letter to the delegation requesting that the transportation bill, part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, include language that directed DOT to prioritize federal infrastructure funding to areas that have experienced wildfire. And also, I know Congressman Huffman supported language that allows federal transportation funding to be used for things like vegetative management along roadways. So those things are now into law. And I know that as the administration gets those programs up and running, we'll be talking to them about how that funding should be spent locally. Under the next section on community environmental infrastructure, there's $108 billion in the bill for public transit. I know your transit department are working closely with their counterparts at MTC and at the state and at FTA to get operations back on track. COVID certainly took a big hit on transit. So this funding is there to help bolster infrastructure spending on transit, also do things like electrification. There's $27 billion in there, again, for the $27 million, I'm sorry, for Santa Rosa urbanized area for transit. There's also a project, Martin Luther King Park renovations and update that the city submitted and is currently pending before the National Park Service to do infrastructure improvements to MLK Park. The delegation has weighed in support of that project, and that will hopefully, we'll at least hopefully know sometime in April or May the outcome of that. There was $5 billion included under housing and community development for the home program, of which the city received about $2.7 million. For affordable housing purposes. We've been working closely with Alan and his team and Scott to really work on reimbursement for costs at the Sandman Hotel. The city incurred during COVID, about focused on those programs. So thank you for raising it.
And then on the climate front, do you have sort of the leeway within the policies or what's being presented for the platform to really be aggressive on climate change, not just policy changes, policy changes as well as going after funding to help the city?
I have to go back and look at the language. I think it's there, Scott. I mean, do you think that the language that we've currently got is
Yeah, I think Mayor Rogers, under the water and energy resiliency section, we do have some language there on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and energy usage. So I think the platform does cover it, but we can certainly make sure that's top of mind, especially as Build Back Better evolves. And we see the infrastructure bill being implemented, and that's something that John and Kyriakis are following very closely with us. And so I think that's something that we can certainly take a look at, especially with this infrastructure funding coming online.
Great, thank you. And again, just another thank you for all the work that you've done for the city. I know we've had more meetings than probably on most topics on going after funding for in response, for going after funding for the Hearn Avenue overcrossing, the bike bridge, the hot EOC. You guys have really been there to help us on a lot of these projects. Councilmember Rogers.
Sorry. Hi, thank you for being here tonight. Really quickly, I just wanted to say that I would like to see some policies around helping our older adults that don't yet meet the age where they can get help from like APS necessarily or fit that criteria, but they still need help. I see it when we have people that fall under, they have mental health issues or they're homeless, but they don't, they can't get out and go see a place for rent as quickly as like I would be able to, or they can't move as fast as other people would be able to. So by the time they get ready to go see the place, it's already taken off the market, right? So they don't have the same abilities as other people do, and they just don't really have the safety net. And they don't have the wraparound services in order to do that, or the support, or the transportation, or whatever it is that other people have. And also for those that are housed, the cost of living and how the cost of living is constantly rising, but their income is not rising. So how do we protect them and offer a safety net for them so that they do not end up in our unhoused category? So just some things that have been crossing my mind and are of concern for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go ahead and go to public comment on this item and see if we have folks on Zoom or in the chambers who would like to give comments on our federal legislative platform. I'll start with Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland and working with the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group. I'm hoping that your team would look into extended stay suites, single residence only approaches to providing housing and seeking federal funding for this. Right now, what's been happening is the Santa Rosa Housing Authority has been using housing vouchers that have been awarded to veterans under the HUD-VASH program and saying, well, because they can't find a place, they're not going to necessarily get the voucher. We're going to put it into a project-based voucher and then build something with it, which then takes 2 to 3 years minimum, and those homeless veterans are stuck. So one of the business models that works really well, and what you folks have been doing, is buying hotels. Basically, hotels are a business that can start up quickly compared to building, quote, housing. So extended stay suites, you see them all across America. Whenever you're on the freeway, you'll see Hampton Inn and Suites right over here near the Hearn Avenue overcross, which you spoke about. You see Extended Stay America, a 3-story hotel with many, many units there. This is a way, if you can get the federal funding to help to construct these things quickly, you could have a model that would solve some of your problems. Also, some communities call it public housing. Santa Rosa has never broached that topic because almost 50 years ago, the city manager at that time said, well, it wasn't a good idea. So then your redevelopment agency director, Steve Burke, he took that to heart and said, well, we'll never have public housing here. And all these years now that we've needed to have housing, he hasn't used that model. And he's still no longer working for the city, but on the housing authority. So maybe it's time to look at this reality. The 3 tallest buildings in Santa Rosa are housing, Bethlehem Towers and Silvercrest. And you have people living there on limited incomes and they're happy. Housing works done this way. And you could use this federal funding that's coming from these new initiatives under this administration to get some things done and get them done before the next president comes in. It's the type of thing that with a legislative body of lobbyists that you hired, they could look into this, they could help you to start a new paradigm. Let's get past this thing of, well, we can't have public housing. Soon you're going to be a city of almost 200,000 people. You could have public housing and you could do well with it, and you could house many of these people who are in a crisis situation. Think of seniors and veterans extended stay suites. There you go, seniors and veterans extended stay suites.
Thank you, Dwayne. See no other hands in the chamber or on Zoom. I'll bring it back. Councilmember Fleming, could you, oh, hold on. I just had a couple of hands pop up, so I want to make sure we give them a chance. We'll go to Johanna, followed by Madonna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. I just addressing the water and the drought issue. I would love to see the water and drought issue in California addressed more directly also. It's truly a dire need, and we'll only see more drought and more fire in the future. I think one of the best and easiest things is to implement roof water collection for every house. Why not? Will there be funding for this? Very few residents can afford this on their own, but government programs could really help here. Also, in terms of firefighting and in terms of water for agriculture and drinking water even, but especially for firefighting, this is maybe a radical idea, but Southern California has already done it. We should put in a desalination plant and use seawater to make fresh water for firefighting. I think it's really an easy way to do this and to supplement all the irrigation that we're going to need in the future. I don't think we're going to be getting more rain. I think we'll be getting less rain overall. Thank you.
Just making sure. Thank you for the comments. We'll go on to Madonna.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Mayor Rogers, I just want to thank you for highlighting the mental health issue that our first responders do go through. The trauma that they have went through in just the past 4 years is very serious. And the gentleman who spoke about the extended stay America, that's something that I would like to see happen also. Where I work, Disability Services and Legal Center, we have over 2,000 clients annually. They are all low income. So that's something that they would be able to afford living, independently with their disability on their own. And the council member Rogers, I want to thank you for bringing up the elders as well. We serve a lot of them at my agency. And I think we need public housing too. We don't have enough public housing. We have a lot of people who do not make enough money to live here. And when I was 18, my first apartment here was at Kenton Court off of Hearn Avenue. And it was about $500 a month for a 2-bedroom. Those are almost close to $3,000 a month now. And they're not upgraded. There's no granite countertops there. So just something to think about. Again, thank you for letting me speak. I yield my time.
All right, thank you so much, Madonna. So bring it back. Councilmember Fleming, if you'd like to make a motion, and we can discuss.
I sure would. And I wanted to take the opportunity again to thank MMO partners for your excellent work. You guys are great to work with and effective, and we're, super grateful. And thank you, Scott. It's great to have you on board. So with that, I bring a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting the 2022 City of Santa Rosa Federal Legislative Platform and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Fleming and a second from Councilmember Rogers. Is there any additional discussion from the council? Okay, I'm just going to say thank you once again, and let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Thank you, John and Kyriakis. I know we'll be talking a lot soon, and thank you, Scott. I know your second presentation before council here tonight. We appreciate all the work that you've been putting in, and we're looking forward to working with you through the legislative sessions at both the state and the local level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, we'll go to item 13. That is our public comment for non-agenda items. It's the first of the night. So if you're interested in providing public comment on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, but within the jurisdiction or the scope of our jurisdiction, go ahead and approach the podium. Go ahead, Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Regarding Santa Rosa City government and Roseland residents, our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury in Roseland. In every stage of these transgressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms, but to no avail. Again today, a petition seeking redress from the foul treatment of many environmental injustices and social inequities we in Roseland must endure and suffer daily. Every day, drunks are at Southwest Community Park, making an outdoor latrine in the northeast corner just 100 feet from the restroom. It is a cesspool where the drinkers publicly, openly defecate and urinate within the sight of the school children at Dutton Meadows Elementary School. So disrespectful of local Roseland residents. The drinkers arrive at dawn to stay after dark, ignoring the rules of a city park about alcohol drinking, drugs, and tobacco smoking and littering. So sad. To the west, ringing the park on Silver Spur Avenue off of Hearn, there are squatters with their RVs who just stay for years now with their trash strewn about. Over at the Bear Neighborhood Park, years after the opening, the restrooms are permanently locked while porta potties are still in use. Imagine being handicapped and having to use cold and dirty porta potties. Not many local Roseland families or females want to use the facilities, as you might imagine. Over at Old Stony Point Road, dozens of folks are trashing land next to the creek without regards to the longtime Roseland residents and neighbors who try to make our area better. They have been doing this for many months now, and city staff let it worsen. Up on Sebastopol Road at Roberts Avenue, where a woman was murdered months ago, a squalor returns after cleanups because the local brownfields are not a priority to the city. This is just across the street from a new approved drug manufacturing business moving into the site of what could have been our Roseland Long-Term Community Center and Library. Instead, the council ignored the petitions of the local residents and local youth against drugs, and instead showed slavish devotion to the development and business community. In every stage of these transgressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Now, please take this petition seriously before the local residents seek actions from your federal funding sources to stop your discriminatory ways. By the way, thank you to some Santa Rosa police who were today on McMinn Avenue. They were trying to see what they could do about some of those visitors that come in with their RVs and park next to an open space and stay as long as they want, pretty much without any redress. So I thank you once again for the opportunity. Here in our land, we can at least ask, we can petition, and I am glad that you might listen.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. See if we have any hands on Zoom. Seeing none on Zoom, I'll come back here to the chamber. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Dichter, and I'm a resident of the Dutch Floor neighborhood in Representative or Councilwoman Rogers' district.
We actually will be discussing that project in just a moment.
I thought you said none. I thought you had covered all the agenda items. I'm sorry.
Oh no, this is the first chance to talk about something that's not on the agenda for tonight, but that item is coming up next. If you want to just hold your comments for a few minutes. Yep. Go ahead.
My name is Michael Hilber, Southwest Santa Rosa area. I share some of Dwayne DeWitt's concerns. I think one of the main issues is the number of drug users I see around, collecting cash and living in the parking lots and what have you. I want to relate to you that I saw a drug overdose fatality recently. It's not the first overdose I saw, but it was the first fatality. I watched it dispassionately. You know what that means? From the point of view of someone who doesn't really care, to put it nicely. I pulled into a parking lot very late in the evening. It happened to be raining. There's a parking lot that normally has a lot of drug users hanging around there, but because of the rain, it was relatively clear. There was a black SUV there, and I heard some yelling coming from a woman, but I was just walking through the parking lot. I was going to ignore it. I thought it was some sort of argument. So anyway, this white female yells at me, says, "Get over here." Ha! So anyway, I stayed well back, and I observed, standing there in the rain, she pulls this black guy out of the passenger side door of her SUV. He looks completely limp, puts him down there on the asphalt in the rain. You know, I never saw him move or anything from there on, just laying there in the rain. So let that be a lesson to people. You know, if you're not smart enough to stay away from drugs, that might be what happens. You just end up laying on the asphalt in the parking lot in the rain, dead.
Okay. I hope the other lesson for folks is if you see somebody who needs help, to make sure that you help. We'll go on to our next item. It's item 15.1.
Item 15.1 is public hearing, adoption of master plan amendment for Dutch Floor Neighborhood Park. Tim Bernard, Assistant Park Planner, will be presenting the report.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Alvarez, and council members and attendees. My name is Tim Bernard, and I'm a Park Planner Assistant for the Parks Department. I'm also the project manager for the Dutch Floor Neighborhood Park Master Plan Amendment, which I'm excited to introduce to you tonight. City staff, along with Plural Landscape Architecture Studio, and community members, including students, parents, and educators from Biella Elementary, have been working diligently over the last 10 months to create an amended master plan. The primary goal of the project are to bring the two play areas closer together for maximum supervision, ensure the improvements meet the Americans with Disabilities Act code compliance, and update associated equipment and amenities. I'm happy to welcome Haley Watterson from Plural Studio, who will walk you through the master plan process that was taken.
Can you please repeat the name of the consultant?
Haley Watterson from Plural.
Yeah, Haley has her hand up now.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Haley Watterson. I'm a landscape architect. I'm principal at Plural. We're a small landscape architecture studio in San Francisco. And we call ourselves Plural because we believe that great places require many different people working together to envision, to build, and to steward them. And this project, in the way we kind of collaborate with the neighborhood and with the city, is really emblematic of those values. Next slide. Tonight, we're talking about the Dutch Floor Neighborhood Park, which is in the northwest quadrant within the city. It is located there, approximately located at that red star. Next slide. This is an aerial of the existing park. It is 2.38 acres. It is surrounded by single-family homes. The main streets fronting it are Exeter Drive and Whitechapel Way. And the northeast side, as Tim mentioned, is Biella Elementary School, which shares a small edge with the park. Next slide. This is the current master plan. This master plan was completed in 1983, and the park itself was completed in 1989. You can see here on the master plan, Whitechapel Way on the bottom of the screen and Exeter Drive on the left. The master plan is showing large open turf area represented in that kind of lime green color, and then two play areas, the northern one, which is kind of in that brownish orange color, and then one down closer towards Whitechapel, and then some paths surrounding them. And this is more or less what was built there today. And so this is the master plan where we've been working to update with the neighborhood. Next slide. Here's a quick diagram kind of explaining that current layout that I was just discussing on the previous slide. The two pink blobs represent the two play areas. They are quite a bit of ways apart. You wouldn't be able to see both playgrounds at the same time. The upper playground is allocated for children with between ages of 5 and 12, when the lower area is for children between ages 2 and 5. There are seating opportunities scattered around the park. There's now very mature trees, beautiful mature trees on the site. You can see in this photo here on the right. And there's also a small fitness space just northeast of the 5 to 12 play space there in that blue oval. And so, as Tim mentioned, we really had three main goals and a few objectives. The goals are really to create a safe and welcoming park and playground, to improve the connectivity, the accessibility, and really the usability of the park, and then to build on the park's beauty, enhance the beauty of the existing park. It's a very beautiful park, so there's a lot to work with there. And how we're doing that, we're updating the two playgrounds, looking to move them closer to each other, updating the adult fitness equipment, updating the paths so that they're all accessible, and all of the site furnishings as well would be updated. A lot of the park infrastructure would be updated as well, including improved drainage, irrigation, and furnishings. Next slide. As Tim mentioned, we've been working through a series of neighborhood meetings over the last 10 months. Altogether, we've had around over 250 participants throughout the 3 Zoom neighborhood meetings. They were several months apart. They were all virtual. We also met with the Biella Elementary School leadership and held a small kind of school-wide brainstorm session for the play structures, which I'll talk about in a little bit more detail. But we're really happy with the neighborhood meetings. We were able to reach out to the people who live right adjacent to the park. 80% of the participants are in the northwest quadrant. 67% of the respondents visit this park weekly or daily. And again, the majority of the respondents are within a 5 to 10 walk from the park. So it's very much a neighborhood park and its users, and we are happy that we were able to reach out to the majority of that group. And not without the thanks of Biella Elementary School community for putting the word out there and being involved in the process. So we, on the week of February 10th, we presented Floral Studio, and Tim and Jen, we all had these presentations to the 3 age groups, the kindergarten group, the 1st through 3rd, and the 4th through 6th grades, where we talked a little bit about what landscape architecture is. And also we put out some precedent images to inspire children about what their play space and new playground could be like. And then the children went away and within their classes, either together as a class or individual students, did various styles of putting together ideas of what the playgrounds could be. So if you go to the next slide, we got beautiful drawings from the students, some diagrams. There was a really cool range of ways that children were able to kind of respond to our prompts. Some were in writing, some were in diagrams. And we put together this word cloud here at the bottom, which summarized the dozens of drawings that we kind of analyzed to pull out some of the main themes and elements that the children are really interested in. Next slide. And if you could, I'd like to actually jump to the next slide first and then back to this one. Thank you. So the way we organized the 3 neighborhood meetings was to work with the kind of macro scale of the master plan. And then as the meetings went on, we got further down into more detail. So for this, the first community meeting, we really focused around the site organization, where the main pieces of programs should go, and how they are connected to other program items. So we presented these 3 site organization diagrams. The community preferred option C here, where both age play spaces are really next to each other, with the blue dots represent the adult fitness stations, moved scattered along the adjacent path, and picnic areas along the south side of the play space. We also asked about the play structure, the play space itself, what the character and what the look and feel should be. We presented a bunch of ideas and talked about other additional concepts. The community ultimately was drawn towards the more natural kind of character, with also some more traditional kind of post and platform play structure elements. And so like this often goes, it becomes kind of a hybrid of the elements that were desired by the community. We also talked about specific playground components. What are the most important elements to have within the play structures? Of course, that is swings and slides and climbing were of the kind of top priority elements for the neighborhood. In the second community meeting, we presented 3 master plan options. So if we go back now up to the previous slide, we can take a look at those. We had 3 options that looked at different ways we could treat picnic areas, whether there's a large group picnic area versus several small group picnic areas. And with those, the different locations of fitness equipment, different location for stormwater treatment gardens, which will be a requirement for the master plan. And along with that came 3 playground concepts that were really based off of the feedback that we heard. From the second neighborhood meeting, people were really drawn to master plan C, but they liked the Dry Creek playground option that was in scheme A. So it kind of took those 2 playground option, Dry Creek, and the master plan option C, and merged them together. All right, we could jump now to 2 slides forward. Perfect. This was the draft master plan that we presented at the 3rd neighborhood community meeting. It's taking this Dry Creek playground concept, which is really an idea about inspired by the adjacent Santa Rosa Creek. It's only a few blocks away from here, and a big piece of the settlement story of Santa Rosa. In the upper left of the playground is the larger 5 to 12 play space. We heard in the community meetings a big desire for a zip line, so we were working to fit that in. There's a large structure with slides and climbing elements and swings. You can see around the southwest edge of the playground, there are these 3 picnic spaces, places to gather and watch your children. And then the lower right side of that play space is the 2 to 5 play space. And then along the paths, which we've relayed out to be accessible, have some of the adult fitness equipment and places to sit. And then at the entry, the corner of Exeter Drive and Whitechapel Way, there's a small stormwater garden, really acts as a stormwater, and a welcoming garden entry into the park. And in that community meeting, we got more specific feedback. People had different preferences for the stormwater garden. Talked a little bit about a fence or some kind of barrier between the Viola Elementary School and the playground. People were really wanting a more natural feel to make sure that we're using native plantings and trees that will promote, that'll be drought tolerant and promote habitat creation, looking for more shade. There was a desire for games like cornhole and chess and table tennis, trying to get more adult fitness stations. And then we also had a request to take a good look at the security of the park and make sure there was clear sight lines through the park from the streets, adjacent streets. Next slide. These are some of the survey results from the draft master plan. We asked, again, more kind of detailed questions. We talked a little bit about the entry monument sign, whether that should be replaced. We talked a bit about the type of the adult fitness equipment. Should it be geared towards a certain type of fitness level? The neighborhood ultimately said it should be multi-generational equipment. We talked a little bit about where the park games should be. And we heard that some should be adjacent to the playground, but some should also be outside of the playground. And then we talked again in a little more detail about the adult fitness equipment, the types of either strength training or cardio type stations. Next slide. And with that feedback through those conversations, we then revised the draft master plan. And now we're looking at the proposed master plan here. And from this point, there are really kind of detailed modifications. We brought in the table tennis and some chess tables. They're number 10 and 11 on the right side of the screen there. Yep, thank you. I'll zoom in, perfect. There are benches along the park paths so that you are able to come and enjoy it if you're not here with a child. There's bike parking that we included adjacent to the playground. There's a small sand pit at either playground. We heard from the neighbors a big desire to keep some piece of a sand element there for the textile experience, particularly for the 2 to 5 age. We have the picnic spaces that are adjacent to both age groups. They're number 4. Again, number 2 is the 2 to 5 play space. Number 1 is the 5 to 12 play space. A lot of the trees that you're looking at that have the solid black line represent existing trees. We are working very diligently to try to preserve as many trees as we can. And that has the form of the dry creek path that surrounds the playground is really derived from the location of the existing trees. It's an all accessible path that allows children to circulate and get to all of the play structure equipment. It also makes for a really great loop for tag or for scooter riding. And there's the cornhole number 12 that's adjacent to the picnic station. And then there's 5 adult fitness stations. They're number 6, just north of the playground. And again, that boulder edge along the northeast corner, it can be it's actually working to provide a grade change between the playground and the adjacent path, but it also could be a play element as well. Next slide. So we are getting ready to get into the 30 and 60% construction documents through the spring. We will then spend the summer working on the 90 and 100% construction documents and the bid set. We're bidding at the end of the year, starting and in through early 2023. And then that would have set us up to start construction after the rainy season in April of 2023. This is a kind of a conservative schedule from our experience of how much time these things take. And of course, we will always be looking for opportunities to shorten these timelines when possible. Next slide. And I just wanted to mention too that we did present to the Board of Community Services on October 27th, and they had recommended that the City Council approve this master plan.
Great, thank you so much, Haley. Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
Thanks, Haley. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. The recommendation by the Transportation and Public Works Department that the council conduct a public hearing and thereafter, by resolution, adopt the master plan for Dutch Floor Neighborhood Park to include ADA compatible paths, picnic areas, children's play areas for ages 2 to 5 and 5 to 12, table tennis, chess, cornhole, fitness stations, monument sign, and multi-use turf areas. Next slide.
Thank you, Tim.
If there's any questions, we'd be happy to take those now. Thank you.
Great. Council members, do we have any questions for the team? I'm seeing no, excuse me, initial questions, so we'll go ahead and open our public hearing and hear from the public on this one. I'll go ahead and start in the chambers with you, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My name is Bruce Dichter, and I live in the Dutch Floor neighborhood. I only became aware of this project with a recent mailing, and it perked my interest. I have no background in landscaping or really in gardening, but in recent years I've become aware of the importance of planting to support a wide range of life, and it's my concern that the flora that's selected for the park be native, have a low water need, be drought resistant, but also that it be of the type that supports a wide range of insect life. I have some material here that I would be happy to share with members of the council that goes into that in detail that I'm really not prepared to. But just as an example, in one of these documents that I have, it's written by a man named Douglas Tallamy, who's a professor of wildlife ecology at the University of Delaware. And the local native gardeners are all aware of this, but he did studies. He found that, for instance, oak trees support 270 different varieties of caterpillars, which are basically a keystone species that birds rely upon, and then other animals. There's a whole chain. And I'd like to see our parks support a wide range of life. Certainly the people that use it, but also the animals in our area, just to try and maintain the diversity and perhaps even increase the numbers. But then you get into other varieties. Elderberry supports only 33 different varieties of caterpillars. You get down into, well, I don't know. I would like, anyway, I don't need to belabor this. I would like to share this information with you if you're available to receive it. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. And if you go ahead and give it to Julie Guzzi, she can have it distributed to council members to take a look.
I have information on this folder that I'd like to keep, so. Okay, thank you. Oh, here's one more.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Elizabeth, and I wondered if you had considered putting a bathroom in the park, something that all ages need to use when they go to the park, especially little ones. That's my question. That's it.
All right, thank you.
I think they need one, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't usually get into a back and forth in the public comment, but I took a note down and I'll have staff address that after we listen to the other comments, if that works for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing no one else approach the podium here in the chambers, we'll go to Zoom. We'll start with Janelle and then go to Lenny.
Can you guys say you're after me?
Now?
I didn't just start talking.
Hello, my
there.
name is Adam Kenya, and I'm I'm a neighbor to the park. I would like to actually see just a grill, and maybe a little bit of horseshoe pit or something. I think that having a grill would be a place, especially with the times now, COVID, neighbors trying to figure out a place to hang out. I think a grill would be a nice place to have a nice safe spot to hang out. The kids playing in the park, and we can put some sausages on and stuff. I think that would be really down with what's going on right now.
Okay, I appreciate that comment. Do you have additional comments?
No, that's it. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate you guys putting your effort into doing this. We really do appreciate it, and I know our kids really love it. As you hear probably in the background.
Yeah, we're excited for you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for calling into the meeting. We'll go to Lenny.
Hi, you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, beautiful. So I'm Lenny Moore, Santa Rosa resident. So this is what I just want to point out a couple of things. One, this is an excellent recent example of community engagement. And I just want to congratulate, the staff for how they reached out to the community, how often they reached out, the level of engagement from all the way down to the young kids doing drawings. It's beautiful stuff. So congratulations to you guys for that effort. It's really appreciated. And we definitely need a lot more of that as far as developers within the city and their projects. The second thing I want to do is I want to second the native drought resistant plantings that support diverse wildlife. That's a really important thing. It applies to climate change. It applies to water retention in soil, of keeping the plants happy, keeping the animals and the wildlife around the neighborhood happy, and in the whole city of Santa Rosa. So those are my comments, and I'll give back the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I see no other hands on Zoom, nobody else in the chamber, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. We did have a couple of questions that I'm just hoping we can address. One of them was specifically about drought-resistant and native flora, particularly as it pertains to supporting additional types of ecology and wildlife. I'm just wondering if that was considered.
Yeah. Thanks for the question, and thanks for the shout out. Something that we advocate for in all of our work. And I'm glad you mentioned oak trees. That's one of the main. We're looking at 2 different varieties to go around the playground for the same reasons that you have outlined. And the shrub and plantings that will be around will definitely be diverse and have flowers that attract wildlife. Birds and butterflies is not only great for diversity of the environment, but it's also a great kind of learning, teaching tool for children. So yes, we will be including those.
Excellent. Anything, Tim, anything to add, or Jen? Great. The next question was about the bathroom. And Jen, I know that this is probably one of the most common questions we get about inclusion of a restroom at certain parks versus others. Can you give sort of the overall context of how the city determines which parks to put a bathroom in and which ones not to?
Of course. Thank you, Mayor. Jen Sanchez, Deputy Director for Parks. This is a really common question. Every master plan opportunity we have with the community, this comes up. And generally overall, and it's hard to generalize, but usually we look to include restrooms in larger community parks where we have a wide variety of people coming and staying at the park for hours. And we typically do not put them in neighborhood parks where we are looking at folks coming from a half-mile radius or a smaller section of the city. And folks usually live close to the park, although we also had this debate for the recent coffee park master plan that we did, and that we ended up with mixed results. In this community, we had a couple of people mention it at our meetings, but there was no significant request for restrooms at this park during our public process. So we didn't move forward with that at this time. But in the future, if this community would like to have restrooms or portable units, we could consider that as a separate future amendment. But at this time, there wasn't public request for that, large public request for that. And it's not a common practice and very costly as well.
All right, thank you. And then the last question was about having a grill or a horseshoe pit, seeing if there was still the ability to maybe include those amenities at the park.
Yeah, that's a good question. We did talk with the neighborhood and through the meetings about having grills and group kind of gathering. And while there was some people that were for it, there were actually the majority of the respondents did not want to have a large group cooking area for concern with people not cleaning up after themselves and the issues that come along with that. We can certainly, as probably it goes with the bathroom, is that it could potentially be a future item. And then the other one was around horseshoe. We can certainly take a look at that to see if we can fit it in there. Through the neighborhood meetings, the main games that came up were cornhole, table tennis, which is ping pong, and chess tables.
Great, thank you. So I'll bring it back to council. I'll go ahead and look first for a motion to put on the table for discussion from council members, and I'll look to Council Member Rogers.
I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution with the title of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting a master plan amendment for the Dutch Floor neighborhood park to include ADA compliant paths, picnic areas, children play areas for ages 2 through 5 and 5 through 12, table tennis, chess, cornhole, fitness stations, monument sign, and multi-use turf area, and waive for the reading of the text.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Rogers and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Let's go ahead and see if we have any discussion or comments on the item. I'll start all the way down here. Looking around. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to offer my compliments to staff this whole process. I know Jen mentioned the coffee park process, which I thought was very successful. And every time I go there, at least on a weekly basis, you're seeing some of the features that are in this park, specifically bringing the two play areas together. It's very well used, very well thought out, and I really appreciate getting the school kids involved and seeing what their vision of that future is. So thank you for experiencing what went through the coffee park, applying it here, and I think this is a very well done project, so thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I definitely want to congratulate the residents of our area of District 7 in really participating. I was very impressed by the number of participants that showed up to speak what they want their area to look like. And definitely want to commend staff for their work, and as well as our Councilwoman Rogers and District 7 for really improving the life of its residents. So congratulations to them and really speaking up for themselves. I love to see that out of the Santa Rosans. Thank you. Our Santa Rosans.
And Councilmember Rogers.
Just really would like to thank the residents. I think that they really showed up and were able to voice what it is that they wanted in the neighborhood. And we appreciate it. Really like to thank the staff for continuing to open-mindedly not only hear the feedback, but receive the feedback and continually come back with, great ideas of implementing the feedback that was provided. So thank you so much for making the vision that the residents had a reality. And I look forward to April 2023, where we break ground and where we finally start to see the park becoming, a reality. So this is a great time. So thank you very much.
All right. Madam City Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Great. Tim, Haley, Jen, thank you all so much for your work on this. And as Councilmember Rogers said, thank you to the public for participating. And as you saw, if you didn't get everything that you wanted in it, there are still opportunities down the road to reconsider how it's best meeting the needs of the neighbors. But I think that this is a really good first step for folks to provide much needed recreation space. So thank you. That we will move on to our next public hearing, item 15.2. Just as a note for folks, we'll take a dinner break after this item and then come back for the rest of our report items after the fact.
Mayor Rogers, members of council, item 15.2, public hearing, redistricting of city council districts, Fair Maps Act, second of 4 public hearings. Stephanie Williams, the city clerk, will be giving the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I am actually going to be introducing Sofia Garcia from Redistricting Partners, who will be making the presentation and also providing a demonstration on how the District R mapping tool works so that our residents can submit draft maps to the city. And so with that, Sofia.
Hi, good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. I'll just be saying next slide with the person instructing. Wonderful. So we're going to talk a little bit of kind of the stuff that we have to use or look at before we go into the draft maps. And those criteria are under the Fair Maps Act, which is a new California-based law. You can look it up if you Google AB 849. But these are the criteria or best practices that we use for creating any draft plans. They're also the rules that we evaluate for any public plans that have been submitted and reviewed. And we actually have one of our draft plans that are based on a public submission, which is wonderful, which is what we'd love to see. So these are in ranked criteria order. The first one is the most important. It gives us a lot of stuff in there. And the first one is that it has us do districts of relatively equal size. So this means that the council is not subject to passing plans that are exactly equal size. We have what's called a 10% total plan deviation. And we're going to get into that with every draft plan that we review. It also touches on the data that we have to use. And for redistricting, we utilize the 2020 decennial census file, which is a point and count file, and it also relates to people, not citizens. So we are looking only at that total count of folks who filled out that census in 2020. We look at districts that are contiguous. So this means that they geographically touch one another, or it could be functionally contiguous. So does it make sense that a particular district looks that way? We can look at boundaries to not cross a freeway, a highway, or other specific boundaries. Maintaining communities of interest is a criteria that has really been elevated throughout this redistricting process this year. We have a new process because of the Fair Maps Act, so it is a new redistricting cycle before any other. And maintaining communities of interest is that criteria that allows for the public to come forward, for the council to voice their opinions, and that we try to maintain communities of interest and keep them intact as much as possible. We also look at following additional census designated places or government data. So if there are neighborhood boundaries, or if another thing that comes up a lot is looking at renter data or other socioeconomic data points, that is allowable. And then finally, looking at districts to keep them compact. So this could mean in appearance or in function. So does it appear to have districts that look familiar to us? Or if there's a shape that looks a little funny, functionally, does it make sense to have the shape the way that it does? Again, these are the criteria that we use for evaluating the draft plans and for any of the public plans that have been uplifted. So we'll go to the next slide. You know, it's a lot of information in that first slide. So we do have some draft maps here before you this evening. And how we got into this stage is that we really, for redistricting and at Redistricting Partners, believe that this is a publicly driven process and that there should be multiple ways to engage. And as was mentioned, your city decided to go with Districtor, which is a wonderful online mapping platform. And as of just an hour ago, before I reviewed, you do have 4 public plans in there, and that's great. And hopefully we continue to receive them throughout the process. This process is also driven by those traditional redistricting criteria and also looking at minimizing neighborhoods or additional communities of interest. And then finally, these maps were published prior to this meeting, so they were made available to the council and the public so that they can review them and come to this meeting with any amendments, feedback, or any other comments that they have on the maps. So we'll go to the next slide, please. We do have 3 plans here for you for review, and that's Draft Plan A, Draft Plan B, and Draft Plan C. So each plan does have an overview of the plan. It also has a page that gives you specific data, and then it continues to have a page that shows you individual districts with data and a closer view. Additionally, all of the plans also had a web map, which is an online map, so you can zoom in and look at the boundaries on street level, because we know that it is a little difficult to see that detail when you are viewing the PDF. And again, these were made available on the website and prior to this meeting. So we'll go to the next slide. So we also have your existing lines, and we'll go to the next slide. So this is what they look like currently. And we have the data table. And if we go to the next slide, it should highlight what your deviation is. So under that first criteria, again, we have to create districts of relatively equal size. So all of the districts don't have to be exactly perfect. You have some room because there's all of those other criteria to consider. Again, communities of interest, looking at contiguity, compactness, but we do have to maintain a deviation that's under 10%. So currently with your existing lines, with the 2020 data, you are at 20.6 of a total plan deviation. So regardless of whatever plan is passed by the council, there will have to be some change so we're in compliance. And how we get that 10% total plan deviation is we look at the most populated district, so the district with the highest deviation. And for this instance, it's District 2 at 7.7. And we look at the least populated district, which here is District 4, and that deviation is negative 12.9. And we add that together to get that 20.6. So we are looking at, for that total plan deviation, the highest and the lowest, and adding that difference together. So that's how we got that number. And we'll go to the next slide, please. We also have the citizen voting age population data, which gives you the percentage for Latino, Asian, and Black CVAP. And again, this is for the residents who are over the age of 18. That's how it's called, citizen voting age population, not to be confused with voter or voter registration data. Again, we are not allowed to look at that. This gives you that percentage. A question we get most often is, why are we only highlighting these 3 groups? That's because in California, these are the 3 groups that would have the highest amount of population to create a majority-minority district, or a plurality district, or an influence district. And so these are those 3 groups that have the highest population. I'm looking at your data right now, you don't have any of those districts that are majority minority. You do here currently in District 1 have a Latino CVAP that's over 30%, and that's what we call an influence district. So that's just additional data for you to look at, for the public to evaluate as well. And this will be available for all of the plans as well. And we'll go to the next slide, please. So we're going to review each of them and then give it back to the council and the public to hear any amendments or feedback. But draft plan A was created based on the current existing lines. So it is our minimal change plan. And what we did is we made some minimal changes in order to make that deviation be under that 10%. And we'll go to the next slide, please. So we have the overview of your plan with, again, those existing lines that, oh no, excuse me, this is your draft plan A. So it looks really similar to your existing lines, but there are some minimal changes. And we'll go to the next slide, please. And what we see here is the existing lines underneath the draft plan A. So draft plan A is in the black lines, and the color underneath represents what the existing lines are. So we know it's a little hard to see, but we can see in 7, there's a little change. We have a little change between 4 and 5, and then minimal changes between 4, 2, and 3. And again, just as a repeat, so the black lines represent what draft plan A is, and the colors underneath represent your existing lines. Again, this is the minimal change plan, and we made those minimus changes in order to make sure we're under that 10%. We'll go to the next slide, please. These circles highlight where we made those changes so that it's a little bit easier for the public and the council to see where those changes were made. Again, all the other districts and the construction of the districts do look really similar to what you have currently. And we'll see that change as we go through the other drafts. And we'll go to the next slide, please. Here is your data table, and we'll go to the next slide. It'll highlight that we do have a total plan deviation now of 3.7%. So we have our most populated district, which in this instance would be District 2 at 2.6, and our least populated district, which would be District 5 at negative 1.1. And then we add those together to get that 3.7. We'll go to the next slide, please. We have here your draft plan B, and the basis of this is we use major highways, streets, and neighborhoods to divide and have your draft plan B. Some of the notable neighborhoods that are in the plans are, for District 1, you have Bennett Valley and South Park. District 2, you have Junior College, Greater Cherry Street, and Burbank Gardens. District 3, there's Kenwood. District 4, I may pronounce this incorrectly, so apologies. Rebel Wallace, Cobblestone, Lomita Heights. District 5, Lincoln Manor, Copperfield, and West End. District 6, Apple Valley, and District 7, Roseland. So again, the base for drawing our draft plan B was we looked at those major highways, streets, and also the dividing lines of the neighborhoods. We based this off of the map that you see on this slide to the right, called the Santa Rosa neighborhood. So we took this directly from your site to ensure that we were following those neighborhoods that you have. And again, if we think of those traditional redistricting criteria, neighborhoods could be considered communities of interest, and they could also be considered under those additional government lines. So this is the basis for your draft plan B. And we'll go to the next slide, please. So here's what the draft plan B overview looks like, but we will have that existing lines overlay for you as well. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Here we have the existing lines. So we do see that there is a pretty big change to the construction, particularly on the left side of your city. So again, the colors underneath represent what the current lines are, and then the black lines represent what your draft plan B would look like. And again, just as a reminder, the basis for this is those highways, streets, and also your neighborhood lines. And we'll go to the next slide. And we have your data table. And if we go to the next slide, please. We here have a total plan deviation of 5.5%. So we will see that there is a difference of your deviation between all of the 3 drafts that are available. You just have to be under that 10%. Having a plan that is a lower deviation, that number in and of itself doesn't really necessarily mean that it's a better plan. We're just, again, ensuring that we're under that 10% and giving you the reasoning behind the base of all the plans. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Your draft plan C was based on a districtor submission, which is something that we love to see. Again, and that ID number is 101628, and I will show you where that is on the districtor site after the presentation. And there is a lot less change of this plan from the current lines from map B, but there is more change from the current lines than your draft plan A. We did take this down. We ran what we say when we base a plan off of a public submission is we take it down from the districtor site, we put it into our internal mapping software, and then we will look at it and clean it up a little bit. That could mean that we potentially a member of the public missed a couple of blocks in the city or may have a non-contiguous area. And so we make those minor changes, check that it's under that 10%, and then we give you that atlas again. So that's what we mean when it's based on a public submission. So we'll go to the next slide, please. We have the overview of what the draft plan C looks like. So again, it does look a little similar to what draft plan B looks like, but there is some changes from your existing lines. So we'll go to the next slide. We have the overlay of your existing lines. And again, those colors underneath represent what you currently have, and the black lines represent what draft plan C is showing. We'll go to the next slide, please. We have our data table, and the next slide will highlight what our deviation is for this particular plan. So this plan, we have a deviation of 3.8. Again, we take District 3 and District 4, which are our highest and lowest districts, and add that difference together. And we'll go to the next slide, please. So what's next? So again, this is a draft map hearing. These are not final plans. In redistricting, it's an iterative process, so it is more of an art than a science. And so we're here to listen to the council and listen to the public for any additional amendments that you would like to see. You can ask us to go back and uplift another districtor plan, make amendments to one of the plans that you have in front of you, and we'll take that back and look at it and make sure that we can make all those amendments that you asked. Again, you can suggest possible changes to a plan or provide direction for a new draft. Just as a note, all of the draft maps that will be considered at your next hearing, again, must be made public prior to the meeting. So we'll work with your staff in order to ensure that we get those to you ahead of time. And we'll go to the next slide, please. And that's all we have for the presentation, and I'll give it back to staff. Did you want me to give that a demo right now or after comments from the public and the council?
Let's go ahead and do comments on the draft maps, and then we can do the overview of redistrictor after, if that works.
Okay, wonderful.
All right, I will see if there's questions from the council. Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, thank you for that presentation and the options laid out for us. I have a really just simple technical question, which is on some of the maps, like for example, on slide 28, it shows District 1 in draft map A, and you can see some of the streets. But on the same draft map for, let's say, District 4, you can't see the streets. And so my question is, going forward, can we have maps that are consistent and clear with that granular level of detail, or an option to a GIS interface where we might be able to get that level of detail?
Yes, we have a web map that should have been made available to you in the public, which gives you that ability to zoom in and out We also have in other jurisdictions worked with their GIS department and given them the shape file so that they can make a quick application, which does allow you to move around, have all the maps on, or all the layers on a particular application. But for us, we have the PDF or the web map, but we would be happy to work with your staff.
Okay, well, nonetheless, like, it's not clear as to why, though. Like, on some of the slides, we can see the streets and some we can't. So some way would be helpful moving forward. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have a question on map B. The parameters have said basically keeping neighborhoods together, but the first thing was the freeway, major highways, and it goes at least from District 6, where current boundaries is 101. It looks like it moves it to the railroad tracks, but yet that's not the railroad tracks that cuts across several different districts. It stops between, what's it, 6 and 5. Can you talk a little bit about how that came about?
Yeah, we looked at all those combination of factors. So your major highways, other specific travel features, and then in combination with your neighborhood lines. So it was kind of a combination of stuff, and the drawer decided to split your District 4 and 6 at that railroad line. But again, we are here to listen to feedback and can make amendments to those and move it back to the highway if you or the council would wish to see that change.
So I'm sorry, I missed, how was that decision made, or who made that decision to go from 101 to the railroad tracks?
So when we look at creating draft plans, there's a number of factors that the line drawer will look at. And for the base, again, of your draft plan B, it was a combination of all of those. So it was looking at not only major highways, but also following your division of neighborhoods. So it was a combination, and we didn't look at any, or there wasn't specific feedback or community feedback. So that was the base of that plan, highways and also your neighborhood lines.
All right, thanks.
I had a question about map A, if you could pull that one up. So this one is the one that is substantively similar to the existing districts, but then modified to be in compliance. And just playing around with the tool, and it is possible, I know on the city's redistricting website, you can click on redistrictor and look at each of these within it and then modify them. So I was playing with with map A, and one thing that I noticed in particular was where districts 5, 6, and 7 meet those modified areas, particularly that little jut out from 5 into 7, and then I don't think it's shown on your slide, but there is a little area where 5 meets 6 that there's a difference or a change proposed. If I return that to their existing district in that area, the population deviation is still under 3%. So I'm just wondering if there was a reason that those changes in that area were proposed. Again, the ones to the right of that, between districts 4, 5, 2, and 3, those changes, they make sense in terms of balancing the population, but the ones that are made at the tips of 5, 7, and 6 seem to not impact the deviation much.
On Districtor, it only gives you the district that has the highest deviation. It doesn't give you that total plan deviation. And so that's why we take Districtor plans down and look at them in our internal software. And so that could have been a reasoning of why we had to make all those small changes.
I see. So with this modification, the difference is, doing quick math in my head, about 1,500 people difference between the lowest populated district and the most populated district. So I don't know. I'd have to do the math to make sure that it's within the allowable deviance, but I think it is.
Are you suggesting that we look at a specific area and make that change and come back with you with an amendment to this plan?
Or at least just an explanation if there's a reason within the Fair Maps Act that if that doesn't throw it out of the deviation, and if this map is intended to be minor changes based on the existing maps, explaining sort of for the public why we would need to make those changes to that area if it isn't within the population deviation, I think is going to be important. And likewise, and it doesn't actually matter because it's not population, the draft map on A moves the fairground property from District 2 into District 1 when that is not the existing case as well. And I just wondering if there's any reason for doing so other than just map drawer's preference.
Yeah, when the map drawer looks at the plan, they also look at the existing plan when we make the minimal changes based on all of those criteria. So often when they're making small changes, they'll go to follow major roads, highways, or streets that look larger.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm asking the question is it's switched, but there doesn't seem to be a reason that it was switched.
Between which district?
This is just the fairgrounds down between Districts 2 and District 1. Substantively, it doesn't matter. I'm just wondering if there was a reason or a preference for doing so.
Okay, I don't see that.
We don't need to dig it into it now. We've got a couple of other hearings where we can talk about it. But I just noticed it and was curious.
I will look into that and can come back to you with an answer.
Okay. And then for map C, the way that it comes up West Avenue, comes over and then goes up Dutton Avenue, really right through the Roseland area. Does that change? I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question. Does that change the ability for underrepresented communities to be elected into that district? Does it cut the Latino population to make it harder for folks or dilute their voice in the election?
Let me go to drop and see.
And then again, I have it up on Districtor. So it looks like in this draft map, you have Stony Point as the starting divide between 7 and 1, comes across Hearn Avenue until West Avenue, comes up West Avenue, comes across South Avenue, and then goes back up Dutton Avenue.
So in creating new plans, if there is not a population that is over 50% plus, or an ability to create a minority district based on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, we're disallowed from using race as a predominant factor in drawing districts. So when we don't have that, we have to use the traditional criteria when creating draft plans. But if there is another way to look at those particular communities, if they're a neighborhood or a specific community of interest, or we can look at other socioeconomic factors, that's a way to evaluate it. But without legal counsel directing us to draw a district based on race, to have a 50% plus district, which our line drawers looked into it and currently don't have that ability, we have to use those other criteria, if that makes sense.
Okay, understood. I'll leave it a little bit for our District 1 and District 7 representatives to weigh in on that if they'd like to. But I think that I would have a hard time explaining to the public how that would pass the smell test in terms of creating a district, especially given the circumstances on how Santa Rosa moved into district elections. So that'll be my feedback. I'll see if there are any other questions from council members about the draft maps or about the process. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely am interested in the conversation that you just had, and as we learn more about that, I'm sure we'll be addressing it in the proper form. I just wanted to reiterate Council Member Fleming's comment about the street recognition, just for not only our ability, but also the general public's ability to know exactly where the lines are, as you're not a straight line, so to speak. And I would definitely appreciate that in the future on the maps, so at a glance, anyone could look at a map and really know exactly what the lines look like, especially with the different options. Thank you.
So I think just in terms of some of that feedback, and I think this is talking with the clerk, if you go to the city's redistricting page, and if you click on the submit a draft map now, it takes you to a link that shows you all of the different submitted maps. Perhaps what might be easier, instead of jumping through all of those hoops, is to, on the redistricting page, have direct links to Districtor for each of the maps, because once you click on it, once you can open the map, it opens it in Districtor so that you can zoom in and you can make changes. It's just not intuitive on how we get there. So perhaps we can fix that as we move forward.
Through the mayor, if I might, I appreciate that is one workaround. I think that this is the way that most people, through the staff presentation, is the way that most people will access this. And so if I couldn't figure it out, I don't know how other people will. And I think it needs to be in the staff presentation.
Oh, I'm suggesting both, for sure.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just wanted to make sure for folks who between the meetings want to submit maps or see the maps that have been submitted, let's try to make it as intuitive and user-friendly as we can for folks. But I completely agree. Let's do both.
I will make sure that we also bring in our GIS staff to work with redistricting partners to get all of that information for future maps that are submitted.
Great, thank you. Is there any other feedback from council before we go to public comment? Nope. All right, then I will open the public comment, public hearing. Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. A few years ago when district elections came, I was quite happy, but I was disappointed in the way the powers that be set up District 1 so that it was split by the freeway, Highway 101. And the mayor at that time was very glib and said, oh, well, it's no big deal to go across the freeway for the candidates. That's not the point. The point is, on the west side of the freeway are the most disadvantaged, underserved, and overburdened communities. And this should be set up so that we help those communities. If it weren't for district elections, we could reasonably say that Mr. Alvarez and Ms. Rogers might not be here. It's good that they are here. I'm very glad we have people of color on the board, on the city council. And I don't want them to have to challenge each other to stay on that council. I believe Highway 101 is a natural boundary and that there should be both District 1 and District 7 on that western side of the freeway. I'm hoping that your map drawers, Ms. Garcia, takes this into account and understands the dynamics of Santa Rosa. The other side of the tracks, that's the key to this whole kingdom up here. Essentially, the people on the east side, and mostly what's called the Proctor Terrace District, then moved on up into the northeast, which is the Fountain Grove District, and then Bennett Valley, when it was built out 50 years ago, they became the powers, along with Oakmont from 50 to 60 years ago, that really run the city. The people on the other side of the tracks were just along for the ride. But we could change that if we look at this from the geographic perspective as well as the population perspective. and that is that the people on the other side of the tracks are historically disadvantaged. They need to be represented by more representatives upon this council. Also, the South Park District, which is on the east side, but was the historically disadvantaged black neighborhood from the past, has never had full representation. So if you set it up so that District 2 takes in all of South Park, District 1 takes in all of Roseland and moves over into District 7, and then let District 7 move up to the north, you'll get a fairer representation for the people of this community who have been historically disadvantaged. And you can say, quite honestly, I believe, it was done on purpose. And that's the nature of the debate. This is politics, and politicians don't like to give up power, but I'm trying to get more power for people like Mr. Alvarez, people like Ms. Rogers, and another representative who will help the South Park District. Then we finally might be able to get some parity and some social equity in one of the most discriminatory cities I've ever dealt with. And I've been around quite a few blocks, my friends. But having grown up here, I know it well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Go ahead.
Michael Hilber. At this point, I would voice strong support for map B. I don't like the way the districts are drawn currently, and I would object to any proposed new district that's just a minor tweak of what we have currently. South Park is a very important area and it deserves the best representation, but I believe they deserve somebody who is not needing to divide their priorities between South Park and Roseland interests. So mainly I would like to see Roseland be represented continuously from Highway 101 west through Stony Point all the way to Wright Road where the homeless shelter Sam Jones is, and south of Highway 12. For many reasons, the commonality of the issues along Sebastopol Road, like if you got camping on Roberts Avenue, and then over on Lombardi Court, you got a bunch of RVs, and that's west of Stony Point in a different district currently. And then further west out by Wright Road, you know what happened? Santa Rosa removed the bench from the bus stop to discourage loitering near the homeless shelter. But, there's a lot of congregating at like even 10 p.m. and drug use, in spite of the fact that the bus stop there has no bench or anything. They're just, squatting on the ground around there and huddling and sorting through, what they're going to smoke and what have you. So we need somebody, continuously along the whole Sebastopol Road area all the way to Wright Road who has an awareness of this issue, not afraid to get out there at 10 p.m. and look around what's going on at 10 p.m. and has an interest in that. So I think it's very important that Roseland have continuous representation all the way west. And, north of Highway 12, I look at that as quite different. And there's also, like Dwayne brought up, an issue of, northeast versus southwest. And there's disproportionality of political power between these two, furthest apart areas. And I think we need to address that, and one way is to have better representation for Roseland continuously west of Highway 12.
Thank you. We'll go to our Zoom public comment. We'll start with Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian Ling, and I'm a District 4 resident in all three of the maps provided. I'd like to encourage the council to support Map A and I guess title it Minimal Disruptions, as has already been presented. I have a few points. In 2018, having multiple representation on the downtown core was very important, and that was one of the reasons the maps are drawn as they are. The downtown core, as we defined it back then, has multiple representation on the council, and we'd like to keep that, where maps B and C do not have that any further. Second, to the minimal disruption point, last week at our charter review committee meeting, there was a consistent tone of let's give district elections a chance. We've had 2 elections. We're starting our 4th year of a diverse council from the district elections. And before we make any big changes, let's really have 2 or 3 cycles through these current districts. And again, that was brought up at last week's charter review, not necessarily about the redistricting, but I think it's a common theme. Third, 4 years ago, I think the fear, if there was one, was that district elected council people may get parochial and try to serve their district potentially at the expense of others in the rest of the city. And I can sit here 3 years later and say, I've never had a hint of that any way, shape, or form. I think the councils have done a good job the last 3 years, and any significant disruption could only make that more challenging. It's working right now. It's improving year after year. And again, to the point of less disruption, I think will be helpful. My last point, along the same lines as previous testifying here, the whole purpose of district elections was to create diversity amongst the council that we didn't have. And clearly, after 2 elections with districts, now we have accomplished a big step towards diversity, and we're better for it. So again, I think least disruptions the better, and I thank you for considering supporting Map A.
Thank you, Brian. If there's anybody else who would like to give comment on this item, hit your raise hand feature on Zoom. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. I'll bring it back for council. Are there any additional comments or questions before we go into a quick demonstration from redistricting partners on how to actually utilize the redistricting tool? Okay. Sophia, if you want to go ahead and show us the demonstration, that'd be great.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, I'll guide the staff. Okay, so this is your redistricting webpage, and it's wonderful. Your staff has done a great job. So you have that big button that says submit a draft map online now. And if you click on that, it's going to take you directly to the Districtor tool. Districtor is an online mapping software out of Tufts University. And there are a lot of other jurisdictions who are utilizing their tool for their redistricting. So again, it's really important to use this specific page. There's a couple of sections. At that top section, it gives you just some information on the tool. You have 2 ways that you can draw maps, either using the community of interest drawing tool, or you can do it by districts. There's also the public gallery section, and you have 4 maps that have been submitted so far. So it gives you the date of when the maps were submitted, the name, and the names come directly from the author, and we'll show you when we get into the tool how you save it. But also every map will get a unique ID number, and that's how we reference the ID number for draft plan C, and that was ID number 101-628. You also have a section, if you scroll down a little bit more, called Works in Progress, and you can click that button, Load Drafts. I don't know if there's any draft plans, so there is. So these are plans that members of the public have not submitted in their final form. They have them here as drafts that they are still working on. And then the final section, if you scroll down a little bit more, it tells you a little more about the data that is in the mapping platform. So we work directly with Districtor to ensure that you have for your specific tool, the city layers of it and the correct data that we have to use in California. So we'll scroll back up. And would you like me to go through both the community of interest drawing tool or just the district-based tool?
Go ahead and do the district-based tool. I think we've already gone over the communities of interest.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll click on the purple button and it says Santa Rosa, 7 city council districts built out of census blocks. And so the community of interest tool and the district-based tool do look really similar. There are some notable differences. Just from the imagery, you have a grayed out background instead of the street layer, but you still have the city limits. And then also on the left of the image, you might be asking, what are those gray sections? And those are the census blocks. So again, for redistricting, we have to use the decennial census file. And when we're talking about data, we're also synonymously talking about that census geography, which will be your census blocks. On the top left-hand corner, you have a plus and minus button, which will allow you to zoom in and zoom out of the map. And then that button on the bottom will orient your map pointing north. And so those are just the small stuff that you have on the left side. But on the right side of your screen is the bulk of the work that you're going to be doing. So you can see that the hand button or the pan tool has already been clicked on. So that allows you to move the map around and to also zoom in and zoom out of the map. So that will automatically be the button that you are on as you open your tool. The button to the direct right of it is the brushstroke tool. And if we click on that, we'll see here, and again, there's a difference here from the community of interest tool. You will only be able to draw a specific number of districts for the district-based tool. You can submit a plan that only has 1 district or less than 7, but you can only draw 7 districts. So that is a difference from the community tool. You do have the ability to change your brushstroke size, which is that toggle button right under the blue color that says brush size. And if you can move that to the right, you're going to be able to grab a large portion of census blocks. Or if you toggle that to the left, you can do 1 by 1 or have a smaller amount of census blocks that you'll draw. You also have the ability to lock already drawn districts. So if you have, that's that space right there. So if you have districts that you've drawn and you are really happy with how it looks, then you won't be able to make those changes. The final 2 buttons, and we'll come back to this brushstroke size, is the erase tool directly to the right up at the top. This here is similar to the community of interest tool. So it allows you to erase. And like the brushstroke tool, you can make it a huge eraser or do 1 by 1. And the final button on the right, and then we'll get back to the brushstroke tool, is your search tool. So if you zoom in a little bit on your map, it will allow you to have information by census block. So it'll give you the total count of the census block, the ethnic breakdown for that inspection tool. So those are all the buttons that you have, but if we can go back and click on that brush stroke tool, and you can pick a color now if you want to start drawing a district. So just click any area of your map and start clicking away. So you can create a district by moving your map and clicking 1 by 1, or if you click an area and then drag your tool, then you'll be able to pick up a large portion. You're going to see simultaneously what's happening on the right side of your screen is there's going to be a bar that is moving to the right. This is going to give you in real time the amount of total count that you have in a particular district. If you want to change the color, then you go back just go back to the brush stroke. You have a really wonderful staff member who is familiar with Districtor. It's great. You can click on another color, and then you can go ahead and draw another district. So if you don't have that block already drawn districts, you can move your yellow district into the blue one. So if we want to take up portions, so we're able to do that. But again, if you're really happy with what your district looked like, you're going to want to click on that lock already drawn districts button. Some of the other numbers that are important here is if we go to the bottom right of the screen, we see the ideal. So that is if you had districts of exactly perfect size, the ideal size of a district would be 25,502.14 people. So that's also what the line represents in that middle of that box. So we can see that we have the blue district and the yellow district are above that ideal population. And it also gives us the unassigned population. So if a member of the public is interested in submitting a full district plan, you're going to want to try to get that as close to 0. There is something called highlight unassigned units at that bottom left. And if you click on that, it's going to highlight all of the areas that are not currently in a district. And you can click that off as you're going your plan. It also gives you the max population deviation. So as I noted, it doesn't give you the total population deviation, but it will give you the max deviation of your district. So currently the 80.5 is representing your yellow district. So we do have a lot of members of the public who do their deviation that's under 10%. But again, if the council would like, we can take the public submissions down, put them in our internal software, and then have an atlas produced for you. Yeah, you can continue to make a district. And again, this is just a demo. Myself and the staff member who's using this tool, this is not a plan that we're submitting. This is purely for example purposes. So we can go to the tab that says data layers, which is right to the right of that population. And we can see right now we have the thing clicked on called show painted districts. So that allows us to see the districts that we just drew. If you'd like, you can also click on the one directly beneath that called show numbering for painted districts. If you want to number your districts. You also have boundaries for your current district. So if you'd like to kind of see where you are in reference to your current boundaries, you can click on that and they will appear. And again, you can click on and off on all of these. And then the final one, if you click on population by race, you will have some more information that shows up. So you can click on show population and then go to variable. To the right of where it says variable, I'll go up a little bit to the top. Under show population, there is a tab directly, yes. And here, if you click on any one of those, it's going to show you the total population of just your area or by a specific ethnic group. Again, if we are creating a district based on race, that would be come from your legal counsel to direct us to do so. But if we were directed to do so, we would be utilizing the citizen voting age population data set. So we can click off the show population, and then we'll go to the bottom and click show citizen voting age population. And this also gives us the CVAP. So it's really similar to what we just did, but now we can look at the total CVAP. And we have a couple of different groups and areas than we do on our specific data tables. The final tab is the evaluation tab, which if we go back up to where it says data layers, and if we click on evaluation tab, we can click on population by race. And this will show us a comparison of your districts based on different groups. So here for compare, you can change that to, again, we have a tab to white population, Hispanic, Asian, Black, Asian American, Islander, and Native Hawaiian, and you can compare those different groups per district. It'll give you the percentage in the table below. Similar to your tab for data layers, it also gives you the same amount of information for your citizen voting age population by race as well. So those are all the tabs, and if we go up to the top above the colors where it says save, so we're going to click on that button. So once you're done or you're done with your session and you want to save it as a draft, we'll click on that blue button. We won't be adding it to our districtor page right now, but we'll go ahead and click on that save button, and up will pop a window. So here is where you will save your map. And when you do save it, on the bottom where it says share to gallery, we won't be clicking that now again because it's a demo, but you can click on that and it will automatically appear in the home page that we viewed at the beginning of this demo. Above where it says share to gallery, there's that box that allows you to add just right above share to gallery, right there. That's the space where you can name your map. So it gives you the ability to name it. If you realized another difference between the districtor tool and the community of interest tool is that you don't have the ability on the map to add any additional text. So if a member of the public would like to give additional information on their map that they submitted, we urge you to send an email, to attend one of these meetings, to uplift your map and let us know the basis behind your plan. But again, you do have that ability to name it. If you don't want to share it directly to the gallery, you can click on right below Share Now. You can click on Work in Progress, and we'll click on that. And now the button on the bottom says Save as Draft. So now you can save it as a draft directly to the gallery. You do have an ability up at the top of this window where it says Copy to Clipboard. So you can copy your specific URL to your map on the web and be able to look at it there. But again, the best way to ensure that the council and the public can view the map that you have worked so hard on to review is to share it directly to the gallery. And we'll exit out of this window, and we have one last button, and then we'll be done. At the very top right, there's 3 lines, and if we click on that, you also have the ability to print your map as a PDF. Or if you have another mapping software that you would like to look at this plan in, you can download it as a CSV, a GeoJSON, or a shapefile, and then you can add it to your software such as Maptitude or Esri to look at it more in detail in that way. And that's all the buttons and functionality for Districtor. It is a pretty user-friendly tool. And again, we already have 4 plans, and we're still accepting them for the council to look at. And that's the Districtor demo.
All right, thank you so much, Sophia. Are there any questions from council? Okay, let's see if we have any questions from the public before we officially close this item. Okay, seeing none. Sophia, can you or Stephanie, can you walk through for the public one more time what the process looks like in terms of the timeline from here on out and when our next meetings are going to be on this?
I can talk through kind of what's coming next, and then staff can, oh, wonderful. Your staff is great and on it. So today we're on January 25th. So we're here at your first draft map hearing. So this is the initial draft map hearing. And so we will continue to receive public feedback and council amendments. And we will have another hearing on February 17th. It'll be a community outreach hearing. And then on March 1st will be another draft map hearing. And for any amendments, if the council would like to send us them, we ask that you send an email to staff, and your staff can forward us that email directly. Just a note though, for the up or down vote for a final plan, that plan must be made available to the public 7 days prior to the meeting. So if there are any changes to a plan and you want to vote on it as the final plan, and if there are substantial changes to that, you will have to have another hearing. So if, let's say when we come back on the 1st and there's substantial changes, we're going to have that next hearing and post the map 7 days prior. That's under the Fair Maps Act. But you do have until April 12th, again, if we do have additional changes that the council would like to see, to have our meetings finalized, or our maps finalized, excuse me.
Okay. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes, just one last clarifying question. How do you define substantial change?
So sometimes there might be a map where you want to just, there might be an error with a census block and you move one line over an area. That would be a minimal change. But if there is a major change where we're, for example, moving the boundary from the railroads to the highway, or making changes throughout the map, that would count as a substantial change.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We look forward to the completion of the process, but we'll finish this item for tonight. And just thank you for joining us. Council is going to take a dinner break, so we will come back in a half hour, so just before 8 o'clock, and we'll talk then. Welcome back. Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rogers,
Present.
Councilmember Fleming,
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to item 14.2, please.
Item 14.2 is a report, City Bus Temporary Transit Service Modification to address staffing shortages. The report will be given by Rachel E., Deputy Director of Transit.
Thank you so much, and good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of council. I'm here this evening to discuss with you some of the current challenges facing City Bus as it has to do with our staffing levels, and also to seek council's approval to implement a minor temporary service reduction in the City Bus system to enable us to ensure system reliability as we work to rebuild our bus operators' staffing. Next slide, please. So by way of background, as you all know, we had to cut service quite significantly in the early onset of the COVID-19 pandemic back in April, May 2020. And then over the next several months, we gradually added service until by August 2021, we were back to about 85% of our pre-pandemic service level. At that time, we felt that was a sustainable service level based on our staffing levels. We were already struggling with bus operator recruitment, but we were still in a good place. However, as we moved forward into the fall and had some significant attrition, including a number of bus operator retirements, we found that our recruitment efforts were not able to keep up with the level of attrition we were experiencing, with the result that we're currently carrying more vacant positions now than we were back in August, and have in fact 15 vacancies and only about 74% of our current budgeted positions filled for bus operators. Coming into the holiday period, we were maintaining our service with a pretty unsustainable level of overtime, and have to thank our dedicated staff for doing everything they can to cover service, but it got harder and harder. And in fact, as we got into late December, early January, we did experience, as you know, some instances of having to drop some service on some specific days because we were unable to cover all of the scheduled work. As you all know, service reliability is fundamental to the transit rider experience. I think it's probably second only to safety in terms of the level of importance. If there's a bus on the schedule, you want to know that that bus is going to be there at the time it says on the schedule. So in light of this deteriorating system reliability, our staff huddled up and came up with a proposal that's before you today to slightly reduce our baseline scheduled service to a slightly lower staffing level to give us a chance to keep the system reliable as we bring on higher trained new bus operators. Next slide, please. So that said, between the time that we prepared this council item and today, we of course have experienced some unanticipated significant impacts from the Omicron surge. In fact, about a week and a half ago, we ended up with so many staff quarantine that we had to implement an emergency service reduction well below the proposal that will be before you today, due to the level of people we had out on quarantine. So we are currently, as of today, operating a Saturday level service with some additions to address some of the differences between the weekday and the Saturday routes, to make sure that we don't leave anyone stranded. For example, on Route 10, on the weekends, we don't go up to Round Barn Boulevard. We are doing that in this current Saturday level service so that people can get up to the Community Health Center, to Kaiser, and the jobs in that area. Route 15, we're running on a weekday span as opposed to a Saturday span, and we are operating some supplemental school service, particularly on Route 6, because we have some very, very high school demand to Comstock and to Pioneer High School. As staff begin to come back over the next days and weeks, we will be able to add to that Saturday service, so we're working on plans to begin to augment that. But it's a little hard to crystal ball right at this moment exactly how quickly we'll be able to step back up to something closer to our pre-Omicron service level. So the proposal that I'm going to focus on tonight would be that proposed endpoint, that we wouldn't necessarily go right back up to where we were as of August, but a slightly lower service level, but still significantly more robust than what we're operating today based on the Omicron emergency service reduction. So that's been challenging to message to riders, but I wanted to just take a minute to clarify that we are looking to step significantly back up from where we are today. Next slide, please. So in putting together the proposal I'll review with you today, staff had two goals. The first was to reduce service by the equivalent of 2 weekly driver rosters, so essentially 2 driver positions. We felt that that was conservative in the sense that it preserved as much service out on the street for passengers who really have kind of a post-pandemic or late pandemic level of service need at this point, while giving us just a little bit of buffer and breathing room to accommodate the regular things that come up with people being out sick. It certainly, didn't anticipate the level of impact from Omicron, but sort of on a normal day-to-day basis as we go through the rest of this pandemic. The second goal was to minimize impacts on riders by preserving span of service and avoiding reductions on routes that are already operating at lower service levels. So for example, we did look at some scenarios that would require Saturday service to reflect more of a Sunday service model, so a much shorter service day. We felt that we didn't want to do that to riders. We have a lot of riders that really depend on our system for the basic trips, didn't want to leave anybody stranded in the early morning hours or in the evening hours. And then we also didn't want to further impact routes that are still in that, 15% we haven't fully restored from before the pandemic. Some routes that used to operate every 30 minutes are still operating hourly, and we didn't want to further disadvantage those routes. So after going through about a dozen different iterations of how we could achieve this goal of reducing by the 2 weekly driver rosters, we came upon a solution that we think is the best in terms of minimizing the impact on riders, which is to implement a modest service reduction on Route 1, Mendocino Avenue, which would reduce the weekday frequency from every 15 minutes to every 20 minutes. It's a relatively modest frequency adjustment, but it does actually let us take advantage of a lot more efficiency in the system and achieve the goal of where we want to be in terms of the sustainable service level. There is a weird scheduling artifact with this proposal, which would mean that we do have some additional hours on Sunday that need to be scheduled to make 40-hour rosters for our drivers. And so we did have the opportunity to actually add some service back on some additional service on Sundays as a little bit of a consolation with this proposal. Next slide, please. So Route 1, just so everyone is familiar, is primarily on Mendocino Avenue. On this map, it starts at the Transit Mall, which is the blue circle with the big T. It follows, oh, thank you for whoever's running the pointer. It follows the blue dotted line up Mendocino Avenue, all the way up to Bicentennial up by Kaiser, turns left on Bicentennial, and then comes down to Coddingtown via Range Avenue. So it serves a large number of pretty key destinations in our system, including the Santa Rosa Junior College, Santa Rosa High School, the County Center, and Kaiser Medical Center. So, we don't take an adjustment to this route lightly based on those number of destinations. It is one of the 2 highest frequency routes in the city bus system, and it is just defined as one of Santa Rosa's high frequency transit corridors. Next slide, please. So this is a lot of detail, but the intent here is just give an idea, a preliminary look at how this schedule could play out in terms of the number of trips operated on Route 1. To the left of this table is the current service, and this would be current meaning August 2021, not current as of today, with the emergency reduction, and then the proposed services on the right. So you'll see on Route 1, we would have a reduction from 57 trips on weekdays to 41 trips on weekdays. And then you also see on Sundays, we would temporarily go from 11 trips up to 20 trips. So there'd be a little bit more opportunity and frequency for riders on Sundays on Route 1. There are a couple other small changes that we wanted to include. For example, there's an additional trip on Route 6 to deal with some very, very high passenger loads we have at Pioneer High School. So Route 6 would go from 28 weekday trips to 29. A couple additional trips also on Route 12 to deal with some demand issues we have on that route. And Route 6 is a long route that travels sort of throughout the western side of the city via Pioneer and Fulton Road, and then back via 3rd Street. And Route 12 is our route that goes to the heart of Roseland. So the overall impact on the number of trips operated, it's a decrease from 301 weekday trips in total to 289 weekday trips. But even with that relatively modest decrease in the number of trips, it does actually let us achieve what we need to at the staffing level. Next slide, please. So we did want to get some rider feedback about this, even though this is kind of an emergency action. We definitely wanted to try to get some input from riders about the approach we should be taking and the level of impact this proposal would have. I'm going to be honest, our ability to connect with riders and really focus on this outreach ended up being inhibited somewhat by the Omicron related emergency we had, because we had to pivot in the middle of this outreach to really communicating with riders about this emergency service reduction and making sure people were aware of this change that we had to implement so quickly. So it hasn't been a perfect process, but we were able to implement a rider survey, both online and with hard copies in person. We received about 120 surveys back. We had social media notices, gov delivery email to our large rider email list, notices posted in the transit facilities with information about how to comment. We also reached out to our stakeholders, including the Santa Rosa Junior College and Santa Rosa City Schools, to let them know what was going on, see if they had any major concerns. We got acknowledgments, but no expression of significant concern. I think they understand the issues that we're all facing as it relates to COVID related staffing impacts. We also reached out internally to our colleagues in planning and economic development, because the Mendocino Avenue high frequency corridor is important for some of the development initiatives going on in the city. We wanted to make sure that, even this temporary reduction we're proposing in the level of service on Route 1 wouldn't have an unintended consequence in the planning and economic development world. And the feedback we got was, in light of the fact that this is a temporary COVID-related reduction, that there wasn't a concern there. And then finally, we've been working very closely with the SEIU leadership representing our bus operators. They understand this proposal. They're supportive of it. They see the need to give our bus operators who've been stretched very thin covering service a break and some breathing room, and for us to be able to get back on our feet. Next slide, please. So for the rider survey, we asked two main questions. We wanted to just get a sense of what is the preferred approach to service reduction, recognizing that there really isn't an option not to reduce service to some extent, but we could either have the scheduled, planned reduction, the temporary reduction in the Route 1 frequency that people could plan for on a day-to-day basis, or we could continue to do what we had been doing, which was, as we couldn't cover service on a certain day, we were messaging out to riders which trips would be affected. Overwhelmingly, riders picked the Route 1 reduction as like, it's better for us to know and have that sense of what the service is going to be from day to day, as opposed to like waiting to hear that certain trips may not operate. That percentage was slightly lower for Spanish-speaking respondents, so about 82% overall, but 74% for Spanish speakers, but still a large majority of riders indicating that they preferred us to just bake in a little bit of a reduction that they could rely on from day to day. Next slide, please. The other question we asked was about the level of impact this Route 1 change would have on riders. And in that question, 86% of riders indicated that they would either experience no impact or be somewhat impacted, meaning their trip might take a little bit longer, but it wasn't really a big deal. 10% of riders said they would be impacted, meaning it might cause a more significant change in their travel, or highly impacted, which meant it might affect their ability to make their trip at all. And this was all based on not being able to give the riders exact schedules, just sort of describe what would happen, but this is the feedback we received. And in this case, the feedback from the Spanish language survey was very consistent with the English. They were right in line in terms of the percentages of riders indicating these different categories. The other category, that 4% at the bottom, those are people who didn't elect to answer in any of the categories above, but had other comments. And those all tended to say things like, please don't cut service in Roseland. Please make sure you keep service to Pioneer High School. And we aren't planning to adjust or change any of those other services. So I think that that we're meeting those riders with what they've requested. Next slide, please. So based on this rider feedback and where we find ourselves today, we do feel comfortable bringing forward this recommendation to council that we proceed with this temporary reduction of Route 1 frequency and recommend implementation of the service change as soon as possible, likely in early March. That will give us enough time to print new schedules, to reach out to riders so that riders have advance warning. They can see the schedules, plan for any adjustments they need to make to their trips in advance, and not have to just respond in the moment. We would plan also, as part of this recommendation, to restore the 15-minute service on Route 1 as soon as staffing levels increase and stabilize, with a target of this summer, hopefully early summer. And I will say that there is good news on this front. I hopefully can end on a little bit of an optimistic note, which is that, after struggling with recruitment and to get any applicants in the door for bus operator positions, we, in December, I think we only had 2 applicants, and we just pulled applications. We had 12, and we're interviewing all 12 of those folks today and tomorrow. And so hopefully we'll be forming a pretty good sized bus operator training class within the next few weeks. So that's really positive. And I want to thank everyone who's helping us with that outreach in the community to try to get the word out about this position. It's a great opportunity to come work for the city. So with that, I'll wrap up my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the council has.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Councilmember Fleming?
Thank you, Ms. E. This is a really good solution to a really difficult problem, and I'm heartened to hear that we have people interested in driving our fantastic city buses. I do have one question about the Sunday change, because how I look at it for Route 1 that travels so much through District 4 is that we're going to have this wonderful increase in Sunday service, and I'm wondering if this means that we're going to have, instead of hourly service on the half hour.
Yeah, it would mean right now it's 45 minutes, every 45 minutes on Sunday. Well, right now, pre-Omicron, 45 minutes on Sundays. It would go to every half an hour on Sundays.
Okay.
Under this proposal.
So the only concern I have is probably a good concern, is just that, if people start becoming more transit dependent as a result of that increased level of service, I could see there being down the road, when we do have more transit operators, there being some frustration about a reduction in service on Sundays, because I think it's going to be overall a significant benefit to people who ride Route 1. So just wanted to put that out there. Otherwise, well done.
Thank you. And I'll just comment. I appreciate that comment about, it's very difficult to take something away from people once that they've grown accustomed to it and adjusted their travel around it. And so, at this point, when we revert back, we would plan to go back to the service level that we had implemented in August on Sundays on Route 1. That said, if we see a response in the hopefully small number of months we have this service level implemented, and we're really hearing from people that they like it, we can certainly look at and see if it's possible, and it's indicated by the data to sustain that service level. So I wouldn't rule that out, and I completely understand the concern that you're expressing.
Yeah, because adding 5 minutes to the weekday, seems like inconvenient, but not like the end of the world, like pretty doable. But a 15-minute change, I think, might get people. So hopefully it will be wildly popular, and you'll be compelled to make that change permanent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, Councilmember, and that would be a good problem to have, I think, from my perspective, if more people are relying on public transit. Councilmember Rogers?
Thank you for the presentation. I was just going to say that while on council, I have been relying on the bus more because it has been convenient and due to some personal circumstances. And I've noticed that the ridership has increased. So I'm hoping that this does not decrease the ridership for climate and a lot of other reasons. I'm hoping that we can maintain our ridership and that people can just find a way to continue to take public transportation. But also I wanted to thank you for reaching out to the ridership and asking their opinion, and also for engaging the SEIU leadership to allow our operators so their opinions and their needs to be heard. So I just wanted to thank you and your management for doing that. So thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, let's go to public comment on this item. If you're interested in providing comment on 14.2, hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring this back. Councilmember Sawyer, do you want to put a motion on the table?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a temporary reduction of city bus service due to a staffing shortage, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Sawyer and a second from Councilmember Fleming. Are there any additional comments? Let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Okay. Let's move on to item 14.3.
Item 14.3 is a report, the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan, rescission of mitigated negative declaration and project approvals, and direction for preparation of environmental impact report. This report will be given by Sue Gallagher, City Attorney.
Thank you. Actually, the report will be given by Jen Santos, Deputy Director of Parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And good evening now, not afternoon anymore. Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Alvarez, and council members. I'm Jen Santos with the City of Santa Rosa Parks. And we are here tonight to talk about Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan. Again, to talk about rescinding recent approvals of the plan and directing staff to prepare an environmental impact report. Next slide. So just taking a step back to remind ourselves where Roseland Creek Community Park is. It is located in Roseland in the southwest quadrant of the city and south of Highway 12 and west of Highway 101. And in this map, it's outlined in yellow. You can kind of see it there. The closest nearby park with an outline, with a green outline around it, is Bear Neighborhood Park for reference. Next slide, please. Zooming in a little bit closer to an aerial view of Roseland Creek Community Park, we can see that it's bordered on the west and east by Burbank Avenue and McMinn Avenue. And across Burbank Avenue is Roseland Creek Elementary School, directly across the street from the park. Otherwise, the park is generally surrounded by single-family homes and open farm land. And you can see the park has a lot of trees in the middle of the park. It's also bisected on the middle and southern parts by Roseland Creek. And you can see some pre-existing farm dwellings and houses and outbuildings, et cetera, still on this plan. The above ground buildings have been removed, but nothing below ground has been touched on this park. So it's generally in the shape of this aerial as you see today. Next slide. So we're reducing the massive amount of community engagement that we have done with this community over the last 12 years to one slide. But know that it has been an enormous outreach effort for 12 years now, since 2009, with more than 17 public meetings and 7 community meetings between 2009 and 2018. In 2019, we held 6 additional public meetings. And in 2021, we held 1 more public meeting and joined into Councilmember Alvarez, or Vice Mayor Alvarez's listening sessions. He had 6 listening sessions, and then a final 7th listening session was held, combining all the previous listening session participants to meet with each other in the community to provide the city with what their ultimate request was for the master plan going forward. And that happened in 2021. Next slide, please. We also began a very in-depth environmental review of the potential future master plan and the Roseland Creek Community Park site. This started in 2018. It was a really in-depth study, called an initial study, and we analyzed all the potential environmental impacts that the future master plan for Roseland Creek Community Park could have on the park and the surrounding neighborhood. There are a variety of things analyzed, including aesthetics, agricultural and forestry resources, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, and on and on and on. Lots of environmental review of the site. Next slide, please. And so here's what was reviewed. This was the master plan that was presented to council in 2021. And we won't go into all the finer details here, but just to do a quick overview of the site. You can see that generally most of the site is left in its natural state. More than 80% of this park is proposed to be remaining as it is right now, with the addition of some of a playground and a couple of picnic areas and a lawn, etc., on the southern portion of the park, with a nature center as the little white box in the middle, associated parking lot, and a potential community garden and a picnic area. We also have a bike lane transecting from the, the northeast side of the park all the way down through the southwest part of the park. It's a really exciting plan. It really preserves a lot of the park as it is, but it also allows for those requested community amenities, such as playgrounds and picnic areas, a sport court, lawn, and a nature center, as well as our trails. We also have a requirement with the Ag and Open Space District to install the upper pathway that you can see there. It's in brown, connecting McMinn Avenue to Burbank Avenue, and then crossing over to Rosa Creek Elementary School. That's of particular interest to the city to get this done as soon as possible, because we do have school children using cutting across right now. There is no crossing there, so it's very unsafe. Or they're walking all the way around the park throughout the neighborhood to get to their school site. Next slide, please. So the master plan I just mentioned was at City Council on September 28th, 2021. And Council heard a in-depth presentation documenting all of the community feedback received since 2009, and heard a thorough review of the environmental review process. That review process is called ultimately leads to a mitigated negative declaration. It's essentially declaring that the park has negative environmental impacts with some mitigation measures in place. And so council also approved the mitigated negative declaration that evening at council, and staff shortly thereafter filed an environmental declaration with the state clearinghouse. Next slide, please. And a month later, on October 28, 2021, Rosa Action and Dwayne DeWitt filed a lawsuit against the city, challenging the city's ability to adopt the MND, the mitigated negative declaration, along with the master plan. In review of this lawsuit, we recognize that it could significantly delay the project and add a pretty significant amount of cost, well over $150,000 in increased cost to litigate this lawsuit. So we also recognize that there would be a potential 3-year delay to get through the litigation process with this lawsuit as planned. Meanwhile, the park would remain undeveloped and not be available to the community to use in an improved manner. Next slide. So it really leaves the city in the unenviable way of having two options that are neither one of them are something that we want to do. We are excited to approve this plan and move forward, but looking at what our options were, we have two options. We can litigate and defend the master plan and the mitigated negative declaration the way in which it was approved. As I've mentioned previously, this would add a significant delay to the project and well over $150,000 in attorney's fees, etc. Or we could decide to rescind the recent approvals of the master plan and mitigated negative declaration and prepare an environmental impact report. Those are that at a reduced delay. We could finish an EIR, an environmental review, in about 7 months. So that would put us into fall of this year, 2022. And the estimate is $100,000 or less to get us to this point. And this is enticing because, again, the community's been waiting a long time for this park, and we really think that this is going to be our best bet moving forward so that we can expedite the opening of this park to this community who's worked so hard. This is a community that struggles to agree about what should be in this park, but nevertheless, we did make some great progress over the last 12 years, and we were able to approve that in 2021. And recension of the approvals of the master plan and M&D and directing staff to prepare an environmental impact report would get us to the point where we could open the park sooner. It does mean that we would have to take that time to prepare the environmental report and come back with the current master plan in the fall for council's adoption. And at that point, we could move forward with the necessary steps towards construction. Next slide, please. So again, we've been at 12 years talking about Rosa Creek Community Park Plus. A lot of community members have been talking about this park for much longer than 12 years, but officially the city's been meeting with the community for about 12 years. We are recommending to resend the recent approvals so that we can reduce the amount of delay the community has to wait yet again to have their park. An EIR, as I mentioned, could be developed in about 7 months. And at that time, staff would return to council to adopt the EIR. It's a higher level of review than the mitigated negative declaration with the current master plan this fall. Again, emphasizing we really want to get this back to the community. They've been waiting a long time. Next slide. So with that, I'll read our recommendation. It's recommended by the City Attorney's Office and the Transportation and Public Works Department, Parks Division, that in order to avoid the significant expense and delays associated with engaging in litigation filed against the city by Rosa in Action and Dwayne DeWitt, challenging the council's prior approval of the Rosa Creek Community Park Master Plan, the council by resolution rescind resolution number RES 2021-162, which adopted the mitigation negative declaration for the Rosa Creek Community Park Master Plan and approved the Rosa Creek Community Park Master Plan. And 2, direct staff to prepare an environmental impact report for the Rosa Creek Community Park Master Plan as drafted. Next slide. And of course, the city attorney and I are available for questions.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you. And yes, I'm also available for answering any questions. And I just wanted to note one thing, mentioning the cost of the litigation, the $150,000, that is representing the city's attorney's fees, what we would be paying to an outside counsel to defend the lawsuit. And we really are confident that we would prevail if we pursued it. It's really simply, and I know we've said this in the staff report, it's really simply from a perspective of time and money that we are recommending. Let's get the, just go through the process and get the park developed and open to the public as quickly as we can. Just wanted to clarify that we are confident if we pursued the litigation, we would prevail, but boy, the time and money that it would take is just not worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, are there any questions? See no questions. Let's go to public comment on this item. If you're interested in providing comment, hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom. We'll go to Lenny, followed by Madonna.
That was quick. All right. My name is Lenny Moore. I live in Southwest Santa Rosa near the Roseland Creek Community Park. I support Roseland Action's efforts to have the city rescind the MND and to prepare an EIR for this project. This is a really sensitive ecological area, and the EIR is most appropriate in this situation. There's only 2 areas in the entire world that are oak woodland savannas. There's a little tiny spot in Texas and here in Sonoma County, and that's it. This park's a perfect example of this oak woodland savanna ecosystem, and it must be protected. Under CEQA's fair argument standard, the city must prepare an EIR whenever substantial evidence in the whole record before the city supports a fair argument that a project may have significant effect on the environment. I ask that the city scrub the MND, prepare an EIR, and work with the Roseland Action towards a positive resolution. And I thank you, and I give back the rest of my time.
All right, we'll go to Madonna.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. You guys are doing a great job tonight. So I'm a community member close to the Findlay area, but I do all of my shopping in the Roseland area. And the Bear Park is a park that I visit frequently. At a time, my daughter would be Aztec dancing in Bear Park with her group. And my recommendation is please move forward and open the park. I yield my time.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Susan.
Thank you. Susan Kirks here, president of the Madrone Audubon Society in Sonoma County and a naturalist with over 20 years of experience specializing in American badger. And I'm speaking wearing both caps tonight. I am pleased to see this item on your agenda. I actually anticipated seeing it, and I think that the recommendation to move forward with the EIR is the appropriate recommendation. I would like to see the city of Santa Rosa identify lands in Southwest Santa Rosa that are appropriate for a variety of public access and recreational types of activities. This property, as many of us have shared with you for years and years and years, is not one of those properties. You have an opportunity here to have some vision, especially in our climate emergency, with the multiple schools in the area, the students who visit this property, who likely will have career paths in environmental studies, conservation, park rangers, a variety of environmental openings for our young people who are in schools in the Southwest Santa Rosa area to connect to this property as a world-class nature preserve of 30 acres in your Santa Rosa area. And I would like to say that I was so impressed in the last meeting when the community park plan was approved by you, that so many of the residents who live in the area came forward in public comment and literally begged you to save this land for the nature, for the ecology. Those were the exact words that I heard used, spoken in both English and Spanish. So I also would like to share that I met with Vice Mayor Alvarez and really enjoyed a walk and a talk with him, because Madrone Audubon has been very dedicated to this property for years, supporting the Roseland Community Action Group, because we know the value of this property to the city and to your citizens, the fresh air, the health benefits, the nature that will be part of these children's lives in Southwest Santa Rosa. So I encourage you to move forward with the EIR and then also to come to the table and revise the plan so that you have the best 30-acre preserve that literally will gain attention for you nationally. And that is not an exaggeration. And we are devoted to helping. Thank you.
And I see one more hand, Johanna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Yes, I'm Johanna Greenberg. I live in Southwest Santa Rosa. I'm a doctor of veterinary medicine with further education in wildlife ecology and regenerative agriculture. Why do cities feel they need to destroy every beautiful place by building on it or paving a giant parking lot? The 30 acres in question on Burbank Ave is one of the most beautiful, pristine pieces of native oak woodland environment within the city boundaries. This is rare and really worth preserving as is. Putting parking lots and roads on this property is preposterous. There are tons of roads in and around Burbank Ave. There's the city community park with all the pavement and traditional park facilities directly down the street on Herm Ave. The last thing this area needs is more roads and parking lots. There is no question that the proposed parking lots and paving will have huge impacts on local wildlife, on pollution levels, and the quality of life for local residents. A competent EIR will show this. Trees, grasslands, and shrubbery are literally the Earth's lungs and moisturizers. These trees create moisture and help create rain. We depend on native green space locally and throughout California to keep the air we breathe, the soil we grow food on, and the water we drink healthy. Critically, the more paving a city has, the less rainwater infiltration and groundwater replenishment. This means more drought, less available water, lower water tables, and more fires. More paving and less green growth and trees contribute to higher levels of CO2, pollution, drought, and climate change. Let's keep paving and city-style building for the city center. Leave these natural wild areas and edges intact that support this ecosystem health and our health. This preserve in Burbank is a perfect example and is also a critically needed sink for winter floodwaters and summer drought mitigation. Guarding the integrity of this preserve is one of the easiest decisions the city of Santa Rosa can make. It is clearly what your constituents want. Preserve it as is, no paving needed, no roads needed. It would be a real testament to the city of Santa Rosa and couldn't be more perfect or productive. This will be a beautiful piece of rare golden woodland in years to come. Keep the Southwest and the city of Santa Rosa healthy and beautiful for all. Thanks.
Seeing no more hands on Zoom, I'll come to the chambers. Is there anyone who wants to give public comment in the chamber?
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Parking lot construction and road building projects need to have environmental impacts known before the projects are undertaken. Therefore, an environmental impact report will be helpful to local residents near such large construction projects as this. The best environmental alternative needs to be chosen, studied, and implemented for the benefit of nature and local residents, not businesses. Asphalt and concrete paving of impermeable surface being laid down over raw earth has an undeniable negative effect upon the environment where this happens. Paved parking lots built for automobiles, trucks, and motor vehicles undeniably changes the patterns of water recharge into the ground and stormwater runoff. Such water becomes polluted from vehicle fluids and also particles from brakes and tires. Roadways are notorious for stormwater pollution of local waterways. The rainbow sheen you see in standing water on parking lots and roadways is poison to fish, humans, and wildlife. The parking lot construction project for 2 separate spots with a total of 36 parking spaces now proposed by Santa Rosa City staff is unnecessary. The sites proposed have gravel, rock-covered driveways for close to 80 years without problems. Many vehicles have parked there over the years without problems. The 14-foot wide roadway proposed for new construction across the natural land area locals know as Roseland Neighborhood does not need to be paved. Good permeable surfaces can make a nice, unpaved path and trail across the site usable by both pedestrians, bicycles, and folks using wheelchairs and baby carriages. There is a local man who often enters the neighborhood now with his motorized wheelchair. His name is Dylan and says no city staff have ever talked with him about his view to not pave over any of the area. For the over 100 years motor vehicles have been using Burbank Avenue, there has not been any problem with fire trucks and emergency vehicles accessing the sites at 1370 and 1400 Burbank Avenue. The house at 1027 McMinn Avenue was accessible from its construction in the mid-20th century until it was destroyed by the city a few years ago. An honest design process with the community before the scoping of the EIR will allow for an accurate and helpful evaluation of our impacts upon nature. One more sentence. Also, this
your
can
time is
show
up,
us
Mr.
how-
DeWitt. Thank you.
Thank you for the EIR.
I'm going to go ahead and bring it back for our voicemail public comments.
Yeah, hello. My name is Ryan Schwab, and my comment is related to 14.3, the Roseland Creek Community Park. I agree that the mitigated negative declaration and approval of the park should be rescinded until a comprehensive site-specific EIR is performed. I also would like to say that the parking lots and roads within the park do not need to be paved. We should keep this park in its most natural state and limit the destruction to this area as much as possible. The city should see site-specific EIRs as a necessary protective benefit rather than a nuisance, which should be completed instead of trying to sidestep them whenever possible. That's all I had. Thank you, City Council, for hearing my comments. Thank you.
Yes, this is Rick Coates. I'm representing Forest Unlimited, and I would like to comment on the Roseland Neighborhood Plan. We believe that the parking is unnecessary and should be eliminated from the plan. We don't need to add the greenhouse gases with more parking. We don't need more cars coming there, and there's plenty of parking across the street at the school across the street. So please, let's do a legitimate greenhouse gas assessment for a change and protect this oak woodland and natural park in its natural state. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Go, and I'm calling about the agenda item, the proposed EIR for the Roseland Creek Community Park. And I feel like the parking spaces that they're wanting to put in is just too much, and that it seems like they're going to pave over 20% of the park, which is a small park anyway. So I think that the parking is too much, and I would just like to see the park left as natural as possible so that the school children nearby and the people that live in the area can walk to a natural park like people in other parts of Santa Rosa are able to easily get to Spring Lake or Howarth Park. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
That concludes public comment on this item, Mayor.
Thank you, Dina. I'll go ahead and bring it back. And Councilmember Fleming, can you please put a motion on the table for discussion?
Yep. Okay. A resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa rescinding resolution number 2021-162, which adopted the mitigated negative declaration for the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan and the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan, and directing staff to prepare an environmental impact report for the Roseland Creek Community Master Plan and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Fleming, second by Councilmember Swedhelm. Who wants to start? Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I completely understand the concerns of our community, and I do want this to go as quickly as possible, as I feel this is amenity, a resource, a gem that's been spoken about for Roseland for decades, and yet we still are without a park. I believe children deserve to enjoy, appreciate nature, not be kept out of it. I believe parents deserve to send their children to school and not have to worry about them when they leave out the door. Nature, safety is exactly what this project is about and what it means. But I got to tell you, nature is not a septic tank in the middle of a park. It's not tires that fill a creek. It's not the foundation of 3 homes that are strewn within the property. I too want this gem to be preserved and displayed for what it is. I believe we're all in agreement with that. And if this means that we rescind the approval that we made a couple months ago, then so be it. What I do not want to see is that this project is lost in litigation, that resources are spent when they could be used to improve the natural resource that this park is. And we heard it from our community. They want nature. They want to be preserved. But I have to tell you, nature is not a septic system. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any other comments from council? All right, I'm going to be fairly candid. There is a lot of anger and frustration, I think, around the item tonight. I think that frustration comes from an understanding that at least one of the people bringing this lawsuit stands up week after week and lambastes this council for not making investments in Roseland. This is a substantial investment that we have been trying to make, and because it's only 75% of what a small minority of folks in Roseland wanted, that wasn't good enough. And I can understand some of the comments around the ecology and the environment, but I will tell you, one of those people that I talked to that are neighbors that are opposed to the park told me they opposed it because the sound of children playing was going to be detrimental to their community. So I want to be very clear. This rescission is not based on environmental factors. It's based on a select few who recognize the gem that they have next to their homes and want to make sure that nobody else can participate either. When they talk about not having parking spaces, what they're saying is that folks who live 3 blocks away who can't walk across the street, which is busy and can be detrimental for kids, that they don't want their parents to be able to drive them over so that they can enjoy the park too. I want to thank the Vice Mayor for all of the work that he's put into this. Leading is hard, finding compromise is hard, and Eddie has worked very hard to try to bring together everyone in the community to develop an asset that's going to be beneficial to everyone, not just to the people who live up against the park. Like I said, I'm frustrated, I'm angry. I know that the rest of the council is as well. We want to deliver a park for the community. We don't want to be stuck in litigation needlessly and baselessly, but I want to make it really clear to the community that this is not an instance of Santa Rosa, the city, not wanting to invest in Roseland. It is an instance where we're doing everything we can to get a project across the finish line, and we're having to push through some of the privilege of the people who live right there who are bringing this lawsuit. With that, Madam Clerk, if you could please call, Councilmember Sawyer.
I just want to thank you, Mayor, for being clear and concise and accurate. I appreciate it.
Yep. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
No.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Mayor Rogers voting no.
All right, thank you, staff. We will move on to our final public comment for non-agenda items. It's item 17. I'm going to check on Zoom to see if there are any additional hands for items that have not been discussed tonight. Okay, seeing none. We still have item 10, which is our council member reports. We did skip that earlier to facilitate our DC team not having to be up until midnight to be able to give their report. Who has a report for tonight that they'd like to go over? Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, our new city manager scooped my report about the Shenate, the North Trunk Sewer Project. I wanted to give a shout out to our Public Works team for all of the work that they've done up there. The residents are glad to have the egress from Shenate, ingress and egress up there. And also, additionally, all the work, I know they're not quite done on Pacific, but The road is like glass. You could probably ice skate down it on a cold morning. It's really a beautiful thing, even for someone like me who's not a car person. But I do use that route to get my daughter to school many mornings a week, and it is really, really wonderful. So a huge shout out to our staff who've put in tons of work and tons of communication with the residents of District 4. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to report out this evening on SB 1383. In December, the interim city manager and city attorney signed a memorandum of understanding with Zero Waste Sonoma to establish certain roles and responsibilities that Zero Waste Sonoma shall assume on behalf of the city of Santa Rosa as it relates to SB 1383 implementation. Jurisdictions like Santa Rosa may enter into a contract with a joint powers authority to implement certain requirements of the SB 1383 regulations, except that the jurisdiction shall remain ultimately responsible for compliance. Prior to its signage, city staff with subject matter expertise on solid waste matters reviewed the MOU and is comfortable with the roles and responsibilities set forth in the agreement. City staff will remain closely involved and up to date regarding SB 1383 implementation and progress in Santa Rosa.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to report out that I was able to attend the virtual Santa Rosa Rotary Lee Abramson Public Safety Awards program on the 19th. It's kind of nice seeing Jeff Colin, our former interim city manager and former city manager, facilitate the meeting, and it was so nice to see our current city manager in attendance. But I want to express my congratulations to the Santa Rosa Fire Department honoree Tim Abadera and the Santa Rosa Police Department honoree Jason Jucatan for their selections, and they were selected by their peers. Additionally, Sonoma County Sheriff's Lieutenant Andy Cash was also recognized, but it was a wonderful community event with about 80, 85 folks there. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember. Are there any other reports? Okay. As is customary tonight, I will be shuffling some of our appointments for council members on boards and commissions. It's always an interesting process talking to folks and giving them a blend between what they would like to serve on and what the city needs them to serve on. So I do want to just sort of express my thought process. We do have a couple of council members who have come in over the last year and have been particularly involved on a number of issues, and had talked with a couple of, not to call you old hats, but folks who have been here for a while who have a lot of experience, who've been able to help mentor over the last year. And so many of our assignments I'm going to flip around to put council members in new positions to be able to lead and to get experience running boards and commissions. I'll start with the regional appointments that are mayor appoints and council confirms. So I will make my comments and then see if there's a motion to approve. And I will also mention that there are a number of appointments tonight that will either be left open, or if permissible, we actually have staff that can serve in some of the roles temporarily while we find our 7th council member to be able to plug in as they can as well. And we'll shuffle it up a little bit when we know what their skill set looks like. So first, for the Renewal Enterprise District, my recommendation is Councilmember Fleming to continue to serve and Councilmember Sweathelm to move from the alternate position to the main position, with Vice Mayor Alvarez as the new alternate for that committee to come up to speed on it. For Zero Waste Sonoma, Councilmember Sawyer to continue to serve as the city's representative, with Joey Henowitz, one of our staff members who's fantastic and who deals with zero waste, as the alternate at the moment until we have a 7th council member, since he's at all of the meetings anyway. Sonoma County Transportation Authority and Regional Climate Protection Authority, I would like to stay on that with Councilmember Fleming becoming the alternate, particularly with her ties to the MTC work that she is doing now. For Sonoma Clean Power, the same. I'll stay on that with Councilmember Fleming continuing to be the alternate. For the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency, I'd like to leave Councilmember Sweathelm on it and give Vice Mayor Alvarez an opportunity to serve as his alternate. For our Continuum of Care, Councilmember Sweathelm will continue to serve on that, and Kelly Kuykendall, our staff member who is at all of the meetings, will serve as the current alternate until the time that we have a 7th member as well. For our Water Advisory Committee, I'm going to switch Councilmember Rogers into the primary and keep Councilmember Sweathelm as her alternate. For the Russian River Watershed Association, I'll keep Vice Mayor Alvarez as the primary with Councilmember Fleming as the alternate. For the Mayors and Council Members Legislative Liaison Committee, I will continue to serve on that with Councilmember Fleming as the alternate. I'll note I am also the chair of that committee. For the League of California Cities North Bay Division, I'll retain Councilmember Sawyer and Councilmember Rogers on it. For the Library Advisory Committee, the Vice Mayor will continue to lead with Councilmember Rogers as his alternate. And that's a particular focus with the actions that we've taken to develop a new library in Southwest Santa Rosa. I think that's a good team. For Health Action, I'm going to ask Councilmember Rogers to serve as the primary with Councilmember Fleming as the alternate. And for ABAG, the Association of Bay Area Governments, the mayor is the primary delegate, but I'm going to ask Councilmember Fleming to serve as the alternate. So those are our regional positions. Can I get a motion from council to approve?
So moved.
Second.
So a motion from Councilmember Sweathelm and a second from Councilmember Fleming. Let's call the vote.
One moment. Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Thank you, Council. Now for our subcommittees and ad hocs, our BPU Liaison Committee will, and this is Mayor appoints, the BPU Liaison Committee will remain Vice Mayor Alvarez and Councilmember Sawyer, with a third to be named later. Our Downtown Subcommittee will stay the same with Vice Mayor Alvarez as the chair and Councilmember Sawyer on the committee and a third to be named later. Economic Development Subcommittee, I will chair that committee with Councilmember Sawyer and Councilmember Fleming joining. For our Violence Prevention Partnership, both the steering and the policy meetings, we will flip Councilmember Rogers into the primary for the city with Councilmember Sweathelm as support. Long-term financial policy and audit will keep the same with myself, Councilmember Sweathelm, and Councilmember Sawyer. The Open Government and Community Engagement Committee, I'm going to ask Councilmember Rogers to chair that committee, and then I will remain on the committee, as will Councilmember Alvarez. For our Climate Action Subcommittee, I'll continue to chair with Councilmembers Rogers and Alvarez continuing to serve. For our Public Safety Committee, I'm going to leave it the same with Councilmember Fleming as the chair and Councilmember Sweathelm and Rogers as support on the committee and serving. For our Homeless Ad Hoc, we will keep Councilmember Sweathelm on the committee and add Councilmember Fleming. And then for our Fire Resiliency and Rebuild Ad Hoc, which was defunct for the last year through COVID, but is going to have some work to do this year, I'll continue to chair that with Councilmembers Sweathelm and Fleming on that committee as well. I will make sure I send this list over to staff so you don't have to try to capture it off of the video.
And through the
Thank you,
mayor,
Mayor.
could the council get a copy of that since that
Of course,
was
yeah, I'll make sure
lightning
it's distributed
speed?
to everybody.
Yes, staff will update the list and send it all to all the council members.
Excellent. I do also want to let council know that a number of our boards and commissions that we appoint need new members, so make sure that you are making those appointments. I also will be doing some of the same thing that we've done here, where I'm going to give a couple of additional members on those boards and committees a chance to lead and change some of the chairships around, just to make sure that we have broader diversity of experience for folks who are serving, who will plug in at some point as well. With that, let's move on to item 10.2.1. Oh, sorry, go ahead, council member.
I was going to say, and probably also remind the community that a number of our boards and commissions have vacancies and need appointments. So if they want to take a look, if they're interested in participating, that would be a good way to do so and serve.
Absolutely, and that's srcity.org is the city's website, and there are links to our boards and commissions. It's a great reminder. Thank you.
/boards.
/boards? Great, so srcity.org/boards. Thank you. Let's move on to item 10.2.1. It's the appointment to our Waterways Advisory Committee. We only received the applications from incumbents interested in continuing to serve. So that is the recommendation from council. I will see if there is any discussion from council members on this. Otherwise, I will look to Councilmember Schwethelm for a potential motion.
Not seeing anything, so I will make a motion to reappoint Mark Neely, Kevin C., Steve Rabinowitz, and Art Dykey to fill the 4 at-large vacancies for the Waterways Advisory Committee.
Second.
It's a motion from Councilmember Schwethelm and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Let's call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes.
Great. That's our last item for the night. Thank you, everybody. We will go ahead and adjourn.